runs 1 wicket, 81 for 3. Fletcher is on 19, 21 to Ambris, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, another good over by Minley. He have been cutting the ball into the right-handed batsman. He just strayed a bit, bowling just a bit too straight. A couple of deliveries too straight. We just played to mid-wicket and down to backward square. But he has been his line, his length has been good, and the batsmen, both Fletcher and Ambris, have been, just cause a little concern in terms of the movement he gets to the ball coming into the batsman.
Well, the batsmen seem to be just settling now a bit more than at the start. They look a little fidgety and wanting to get after the bowlers. So here's Hattie on his way to bowl to Fletcher again, and Fletcher to this delivery is pushing it easily up towards the fielder coming off the point boundary. And again, now this time Fletcher with the fielder Bonner now back on the longer boundary, not wanting to go over the top as they were attempting with the field in. And Fletcher gets an easy single, goes to 20, 82 for 3. As Hattie will bowl again to Ambris. And what is it calling him to go out further a little bit to his left. There is Hattie on his way to bowl to Ambris, who to this delivery is off the back foot, and when he gets it, just tucks it away into the offside. The fielder comes across again to his right at deep point to do the fielding, deep cover. And there's another single to Ambris. So he has been a busy man this morning. And goes back down towards point. That's mainly himself down there. The delivery, so almost Fletcher looking to probably turn on the onside. The ball probably coming off the leading edge and going away towards the offside. And there is no runs.
Yeah, good delivery ball there by Minley, giving some air and just pitch probably just outside leg stump, and Fletcher looking to turn. But there is some rough just outside the leg stump there. I think Minley bowling to a left hander would probably create a little more problem.
Here he is on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher this time is coming forward and plays it a lot straighter, not looking to play away on the onside this time. Just plays it back up towards the bowler. Maybe that was what his captain was indicating to him after the previous delivery. So here now is a delivery just on about the off stump. Fletcher looking to play it in front of point, probably did a little later than he really wanted to. The ball and going straight out towards the field at backward point. And there is no run. So coming up to the end of Hattie's 15th over, 2 for 29, he comes in on bowls to Fletcher. Fletcher, this delivery slog sweeping and getting it way down in front of one bounce into the boundary for 4. So Hattie this time just drifting towards the leg stump. And Fletcher down on one leg, on one knee, and hits into the vacant the mid-wicket area for 4 to take him on to 24. And the Windward to 87 for 3 to bring the end of another over by Hattie.
Yeah, good confident shot by Fletcher. This one given a little bit of air, and he picked it up, I would think, maybe just outside the off stump as the pitch, and he was turning and lifted it over a vacant mid-wicket and went one bounce into the boundary for 4. So this pair has so far put on 43 and really is beginning to try to put the ball kilos in some sense of security, trying to get to that 225.
Yes, 225 is still such a long way. Consider the way how things have gone so far. Extras are 9 in that. And we know that batted all of 30 overs so far. The scoring rate is not too bad. Current rate 2.9. So they're going at a pretty decent rate. But here now is mainly again to bowl to a delivery which has beaten maybe a little more bounce than he anticipated. And missing the attempted turn on the onside. And the ball wrapping him high up.
And I think he was fortunate there as he looked to turn that ball, it bounced a bit. And the mid-wicket in position, they probably would have even gone lofted to the mid-wicket again. Ambris favoring playing that shot to mid-wicket, looking to turn the ball to mid-wicket, even though it's one is not right up, so has to be careful.
He settles again and waits for Minley, who had to start and stop, but now begins to move in. Passes Butler bowls to Ambris. Ambris gets a short delivery outside the awesome and going for a pull shot and not making contact again. Not in position to play the shot.
Yeah, and it's not a wise shot there again. I mean, you have to be selective. That ball was outside the off stump and was moving further away from him. and he was looking to pull it over mid-wicket, and it just went just above the bat. Mistake by the keeper.
Does look to be struggling a bit, Ambris. Been in really good form throughout the campaign so far. As he's mainly on his way again to Ambris to the delivery. This time he's pulling well. Down behind square on the onside. That will be good bit of fielding out the fielder from backward of square. And Ambris gets a single. It's a good shot and a really good bit of fielding, having to dive away to his left and stop the ball. And it's a single to Ambris.
Yes, Ambris again looking for that pull shot, and I think it was pretty kind of close to him. It came off maybe the top of the bat and really raced down to long leg position, and the fielder on long leg boundary. Brian made a really good stop.
So one more to Ambris. He's on 23, 24 to Fletcher, who waits for Minley on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets one on target again and could do no more than to push it up towards mid-on. And there is no run, so he remains on 24. Ambris is 23, 89, 88 for 3. The Volcanoes. As Minley makes his way to his mark, back to his mark. There is a slip on a gully. Backward point, extra cover made off, mid on, mid wicket, and short mid wicket, straight mid wicket, and also there's a mid wicket on the boundary on a long leg. Fletcher edges just past probably where a second gully would have been, and that carries away down to the boundary for 4. Again, a good delivery by Minley. Fletcher committed to play around the off stump, and the ball coming off the edge and flying well to the right of the gully, and away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah. Very good delivery. Probably I thought slipper would have gone straight. I thought slippery as that, and in the air, Fletcher was coming forward again, beaten with a bounce, and the ball moving away from him, and he took the edge and just went past. Probably the gully, not really a gully, probably kind of difficult to describe that.
It's sort of like a slip on a gully to me, and yeah. So you'd have had to have a second gully probably. Here now, anyways, mainly on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher this time comes forward and plays up towards mid-off, giving the bowler the respect he deserves. And this brings the end of another over by Midley, who have certainly created problems for the Windward. At the end of it, 92 for 3. The Windward 23 to Ambris, 28 to Andre Fletcher. That is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yes, another good over by Midley. He has no ball 8 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Harty, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. Have been a good morning so far for the Volcanoes. They have not lost a wicket, and they have progressed from 52 to 92. Actually, 40 runs have been added, and these two will want to continue as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's very important that this to continue. These are the two pros on the Windward team, and one would expect them to understand the situation. Of course, the captain is there, and Fletcher, who is very experienced now, and they would know what the task ahead is, and they would want to be just chipping away at this 225. And type of total scoring which makes for very interesting. It makes cricket very interesting. Here now is Harty on his way to Ambris. Ambris stretches forward and plays it up into the offside. Campbell walks in from short extra cover to do the fielding, and there is no runs. So Ambris on 23. I've had these moments of luck this morning, and sometimes we need a little bit of luck in this game. Here is Harty on his way to Ambris, and he's down the track and drives up towards Bona, who comes across from the wide long off to do the fielding. There's another single to be had for Ambris to take him on to 24 and to take the Volcanoes on to 93 for 3. So, gradually eating into the deficit. Here now is Harty to Fletcher. Fletcher they go through for a very quick single. They have to hurry. The throw comes in and high in the end, but probably would have just gotten there. But a cheeky single there taken by the batsman. And
yes, he probably would have just gotten, but I don't think it's necessary to take this sort of chance, and as Fletcher push on the offside and scampered a single. So he really does not need to take these chances.
So the 50 partnership has come up by these two, and I think they'll be happy to be part of a 50-run partnership. Probably need to do it all over again. Maybe they would need to put on 100 if the Windward are to get close to that 225. So now is Hati to bowl to Ambris. Ambris comes forward and pushes it up back to the bowler. There is no run. So Fletcher on 29, 24 to Ambris. I'll say now is Hati on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris cuts it nicely down behind point on the offside. They're going for one and they'll be back for the second. I don't think they will attempt a third. No, they won't. As the return comes in and two more to Ambris. It's gone to 26 and the Windward inching closer to the 100. They're 96 for 3. And once you go past that 100, Crony, chasing 225, it's become very, very interesting.
But they're getting closer to the target without the loss of a wicket this morning. It's so important.
So now is Hati to Ambris. Ambris comes forward. The ball probably coming off the pad and just lobbing out on the onside. And there is no run to bring the end of another Hati over. The end of it, Hati has bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens, 37 runs, 2 wicket. Fletcher is on 29, Ambris is on 26. 96 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
And they have not allowed Hati to pitch in terms of the tightness, what we saw yesterday afternoon. I think it was a good move to use the feet. They begin to use the feet and stroke the ball, pick up the singles, and when toss of hit over the top. But the pitch continues to play good. It's good for batting. I don't think there's any devil there. And, as I said before, be positive. You play a normal game. Be very selective. And I think if they can do that, they certainly should get to the total.
Okay, for just something for listeners who may be not understanding the issue of the fitness of players, and we come back to that. Sienna is mainly on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets a delivery on off stump and turns it away into the onside, and there is no run. And the grading of players, players here, but players having to reach a level of 40, as the case might be, and so.
It's something that have been introduced, I think, probably maybe the last 3 years in terms of the fitness level of the players. No more you could just get onto a team.
As Mindley comes into bowl to Fletcher, and Fletcher gets another good delivery on off stump again, and having to defend up on the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, Justin, it's so essential now that I think the way the game has reached now, you have to have a level of fitness to play. And it is mandated at the West Indies level, which is the highest level. You have to be able to at least 40 in terms of the yo-yo test. It's now even been introduced here locally. For you to even get onto a Grenada team, you have to be able to do at least 25.
25, yeah.
And it's a start. It's going to start for the first time this year. But it's become very important now that if your physical part of your cricket game, a lot of emphasis is being placed on that.
Here is mainly on his way to bowl to Fletcher, who to the delivery is pulling and looking to pull, just been missing and been struck on the body, and the ball falling in front of him, and there is no real problem, no harm done. Yeah, and how do you explain the test, Crony?
Well, it's a system where you'll be placed to do some running. Over a period of time. You probably may have to do some laps. You would run, then you're probably going to rest, and then you would go back, and then you're going to run again. It costs a lot of stamina. So it means that our players now have to prepare themselves. It's no more come into the session and begin your training. You have to do a lot of work home, long distance running, build your stamina. So at least when you get to that point.
As Mindley comes in out to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets a delivery again very close to the off stump and probably looking to play it into the offside, and in the end the ball just coming off the inner portion of the bat onto the typer and going back down on the outside of the wicket.
Yeah, a lot of onus would be on the players, the individual players. You have to work home. You have to do your preparation. So when you reach that stage, it probably go like a morning. Only the players going to be called, and we'll have to go through those those different steps. And you have to show that you have some form of fitness to move to the next level to represent your country.
I think that's vitally important. Series mainly on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets one on the pad, tucks it up on the onside, firmly towards mid-on, and there is no runs. Yeah, I think in the past, I mean, the West Indies teams of the past and so on, which was known for its fitness. I think this part of the success of the West Indies team has been the fact that these players were so supremely fit.
Yes, because I think these players, before you know that this cricket game there was a passion. These players, you play cricket for the love of it, and nobody had to tell you to go and train. Nobody had to tell you to get yourself fit. You do not wait until a tournament is coming to get yourself fit, but you continuously walk towards the game.
Here he is mainly on his way to Fletcher. Fletcher goes over the top and towards wide mid-on, timing it as well as he wanted to. So they're going for one and they're back for the second. So just getting away with one there. The ball was not quite there for the shot, but he went through with it and got it maybe more of the inner portion of the bat. And it went between mid-on and mid-wicket. And Fletcher picks up two more. He takes him on to 31, 98 for 3, which is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Another good over ball by Mendy, and yet again we see that Fletcher trying to force that position in mid-wicket. The ball has gone in the air constantly from both players. Again, he was in some difficulty looking to play the ball on the onside. There was one that he played too early, looking to hook. He missed it, probably hit somewhere on the body or on the hand, and just lucky that it just lobbed down. But again, he was looking to force the ball to mid-wicket, and really it's not necessary because they have been scoring at a good rate. It's 98 for 3. They have been scoring at a very good rate this morning. So really there's no need to be forcing it. You wait for the bad ball. And he was lucky there again, looking to force it to mid-wicket. Again, just went just wide of the mid-on fielder. And he was able to pick up 2 runs.
So it will be Hattie to continue from the northern or the Darbo end. And he'll be bowling to Ambris, who is down the track. And when he gets there, plays it back up to the bowler. So maybe, and Hattie has
good delivery by Hattie, and you see Ambris coming down. Really was not to the pitch of it, and really was fortunate that you were able to push it back to the ball. But good delivery.
Yes, Ambris. One thing he has shown the intention to come down the track to the spinner, and both batsmen have done that. And we are putting some pressure back onto the spinner, and. Hattie has continued to give the ball generous flight. And really encouraging the batsman to come at him. He comes in now again to bowl to Ambris, who to the deliveries. Once again down the track and flicks it away into the onside and can't score. So another good delivery by Hattie.
Good delivery. Ambris again coming down the track and really had to defend.
Here he is again, waits for Hattie. 98 for 3. Comes in now to bowl to Ambris, and Ambris is down the track. And when he gets it, now can find the gap to push it away from the short extra fielder and down towards long off.
And Hattie shouldn't be too worried because again Ambris came down the track. Again, not to the pitch, and he just had to push it. And again, fortunate because that ball did bounce and turn, he would have been outstumped.
So one more to Ambris. He's on 27, 99, one away from the 100 for the Windward. It should be a welcome delivery, which is to Fletcher. Is on middle on off, middle and leg, and Fletcher comes easily forward and plays it back to the bowler. There is no run. So the score remains on 99. Fletcher remains on 31. That's Hattie on the top of his mark and begins to move in again. Economical approach, bowls to Fletcher. Fletcher gets a rub and he padded a loud appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. And that one was close, Crony.
Yes, Fletcher again coming forward. He probably might have just maybe beat the off stump. But again, it's a close one looking here. Fletcher came forward and actually missed. Maybe pitch and it turned a bit. And as he was probably looking to push on the onside, missed it. But a good shot.
Yeah, I remember Milius yesterday. It's very similar type of dismissal. As here is a delivery again. Delivery just coming off the probably the leading edge again. So Fletcher just in a bit of bother in the last couple of deliveries, but survive. And I thought that decision could have gone anyway, couldn't it? Because
Yeah, it was a good shot. The umpire.
because one could have seen the off stump, and the probably just hit struck just probably in front leg. Maybe in the mind of the umpire, the ball probably may have just been sliding down leg side.
Well, the umpire
Because
is
it could, yeah.
in a better position than
Well,
us.
yes.
Although we are, from our advantage, we are in a pretty good position.
Because
But
I say he couldn't miss the off stump.
he would have
Yeah.
I said not out, and certainly,
Yeah, it's
Fletcher lifts the fight on. But
Yeah.
really, he has had his problems, and this particular over, again, had his problems with Hart. Again, he's looking to play around the delivery to push on the onside, and likewise with mainly still favoring that leg side, looking to whip it through that mid wicket, and have been having some problems.
So Fletcher is on 31, 27 to Ambris, 99 for 3, and mainly will continue from the southern end. Very hot day, lovely sunshine here at the National Stadium. Not lot of breeze this morning, as Ambris gets one which is played straight back up the wicket, and just dislodging the bails on the other end. Ball going straight into the stumps on the other end, and no damage done. So this would require some patience and some good judgment on the part of the batsmen if they're going to get that 225 needed to win. As Ambris taps away at the crease and looks, and probably not ready to. I find it very strange that he was looking down and tapping at the crease while the bowler were coming in.
Yeah, he had been doing that for quite a while. He stayed quite a while to look up. And the bowler there was almost in, and Ambris just pulling away. But just to go back to the question of the fitness, and we talk about the UU test the players have to do. It helps even in terms of the concentration. So it's so critical. What can make you concentrate for long periods of time? Again, you have to be fit.
Yeah.
Yes,
Here is mainly on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris gets a delivery again and on off stump, and plays it back up the wicket on the onside. So really good bowling by Mindley. Not giving the batsman any room to free the arm or any, have volleys or anything. Just that there or thereabout, and having the batsman to defend stoutly against just on around the off stump for most of the time, for the most part. Ambris gets back to taps over the crease, waits for Mindley, and Mindley now just waiting. Just probably a little by game, by play between the two. Ambris now is ready and Mindley wasn't ready. So here he is now moving into bowl to Ambris. As he looks up now and see Mindley coming into bowl to him, and Ambris comes forward, and again maybe a combination of bat and pad as the ball cuts back in from the off stump, and it rolls back up on the onside to be taken to be fielded by the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, he has bowled very well this morning, Mindley. Unlucky. He should have had the wicket of Ambris, and even one from Fletcher that dropped very just in front the second slip, so he has really bowled well.
Here is Mindley on his way again to bowl to Ambris, so to this delivery is getting one which is short and pulls down behind square. This time that will rush away to the boundary for 4. The fielder at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, was coming around, had no chance, and Ambris getting hold of this one on this occasion from Mindley, just going short. And we've seen a couple of short balls from him, but the Volcanoes 100 has come up, 100 of 208 balls in 134 minutes. So that will sort of settle some nerves maybe for the time being, knowing that there's just another 122 runs needed for victory.
Yeah, good shot by Ambris. Again, he got over this one, which was short, hit it between the backward square and the long leg, and all along the ground it went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so Ambris waits for Mindley again on his way, who comes in again to bowl to him, and to this delivery he gets a delivery which is back to on target, maybe just on middle and off, and coming in a shade into the batsman. He can do no more than to push it up on the onside, And there is no run. So Ambris remains on 31. 31 it is to Fletcher. 103 for 3. And certainly the batsmen are looking a lot more settled than they were this morning when they started. As here is Minley, moves in again from the southern end, comes into bowl to Ambris. Ambris pulls again down towards this time. Almost they feel at deep mid wicket having to just come around to about 10 meters to his right to do the fielding. And it gives Ambris sufficient time to cross for a single and also to bring up the end of another Minley over. The end of the 10th over, his 10th over. And here's ball 1 bidden, 31 runs, 1 wicket. And Ambris will move to 32 and 104 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, another good over by Minley, and just a little bit unlucky this morning not to at least pick up maybe 1 or 2 wickets. But he continues to bowl well, he continues to move the ball in, and every now and again, you have the batsman a little difficulty with that ball coming in and they coming on the front foot. But this player have put on 60, taking that score from 51, and really have been, a good morning so far for the ball. They have not lost a wicket, going at 225, 121 more runs they need. And the longer this pair stays in the wicket, obviously it make it much harder for the Scorpions, who probably know would have relished having dropped that catch this morning.
Indeed, and they could have had both batsmen, both Fletcher and Ambris this morning. As here is Ati to Ambris. Ambris drives down towards long off. Bona comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and there's another easy single for Ambris to take him on to 33. Fletcher is 31. It's 105 for 3. And match just moving. Probably can't see no reason why we should be here after tea, Bruni. Should be have some time to go on the beach this evening. That's had tea to Fletcher. Fletcher just pokes it up towards long off again. And Bona again comes off the boundary and throws the ball in. So another single to Andre Fletcher. He goes to 32. And one by one, the Windward marching towards 225, 106 for 3.
But the scoring rate have been very good this morning. We just had 52 minutes play, and they would have scored over 50 runs already.
Yeah, now he's Hattie again on his way to bowl to Ambris, comes down the track and like maybe just beaten in the flight there for a moment. But the batsman see him coming and just darted it in, and he had to hurriedly get the batting line and did so. But he's been taking his chances. Here is Hattie on his way to bowl to Ambris this time a lot more, and he tugged over the mid-wicket fielder, and that will run away again into the boundary. But again, a ball that seemed to have kept a little bit low, and Ambris had to almost reach for it and just got it over the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket, and it rushes away into the boundary for 4. Takes him on to 37, 110 for 3.
Yeah, it was a shortish delivery, and really it was not played too well by Ambris. He didn't go far from the mid-wicket fielder. But again, you see him in some difficulty facing Hardy. They're coming down the wicket, not to the pitch. Just have to be pushing.
As Hattie comes into bowl to Ambris. Ambris this time is down the track, and when he gets it, just turns it away from the hands of the short leg fielder, and the fielder short mid-wicket come across to his right to do the fielding. So interesting battle between Hattie and the two batsmen. As he comes in now again and bowls to Ambris, and Ambris is sweeping well down behind square on the onside. They're going for 1. They'll be back for the second. I don't think the fielder will get it. No, he can't, and it goes away into the boundary for 4. And probably for the first time we've seen the sweep come out. We haven't seen many sweep shots against the spinners during the contest so far. And Ambris on this occasion playing a safe shot, a good shot in the end, and getting 4 to take him on to 41 and to take the total on to 114 for 3.
Yeah, good shot by Ambris, and I think that instead of trying to come down and push, he swept well. He so fine, he got over it, and it went down to that vacant long leg position for 4. So he moves to 41 of 56 deliveries. Fletcher, 62 deliveries. He's on 32. and 114 for 3 as they get closer and closer to that target of 225.
Yes, and the change have come from the southern end for the Jamaicans, and seem like William Mochad. All right, well, Mochad has taken. Mochad bowled pretty well yesterday evening. Again, you see, it's a different mindset now by the batsman, and Mochad will be taking over from the southern end.
Both batsmen now should feel a lot more confident that that the runs can be achieved. There's no devil in the wicket. There's nothing. I mean, Jamaica Scorpion did make 60 yesterday, which was something we try to find out how that happened, but it was not a situation where the wicket did anything extraordinary. But I think it was good bowling and some bad batting. When we look at Merchant that pick up the attack from the southern end, and he's over the wicket ball to Fletcher. Fletcher covers up and plays it back to the bowler, and there's no chance of a run. Merchant in his 6th over so far, he bowled 5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 runs, no wicket. So he has been very tight. He's bowling to 1 slip and a silly mid-off, backward point cover and a mid-off. He's over the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. And Fletcher is playing this one to mid-wicket, straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Gained no chance of a run. It's 114 for 3. We ended 37th over. It's Merchant. Right arm off spin from the southern end. He's up to the good ball to Fletcher. Fletcher down the track and driving beautifully through the covers for 4. He really came forward and picked that gap. And it really raced across this outfield into the boundary for 4. Good shot by Fletcher, and it takes him to 36. It's 118 for 3, and this is probably one of the most positive shots we have seen from Fletcher this morning. He got to the pitch of it and really hit it smoothly through the offside for 4. So this pair continue to do well. They are now added 74. And the Scorpions really would disappointed this morning not being able to make the breakthrough. Had an opportunity, and you can see heads just beginning to drop a little bit. As you look at the score, 118 for 3, and I think both batsmen just need to just keep their head, be calm, continue to concentrate, and play each delivery on its merit. There's a discussion, Campbell and Merchant. We're seeing different strategy by the Volcanoes players today. As Merchant is up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher, and this one goes down the leg side. Fletcher looking just to glance it, make no contact, and Smith just picking the bail, but no appeal. There's a forward short leg, and there's a 1 slip, mid-wicket, a long one, mid-wicket on the boundary. As Merchant once again to bowl to Andrew Fletcher. He's up to the wicket, bowl to Fletcher. Again, Fletcher playing this one to mid-wicket. Again, no chance of a run as a fielder just moving to his right. The score remain 118 for 3. Fletcher 41. Ambris 41, Fletcher 36. He faces another delivery from Merchant. Again, he's coming forward. He's hit on the pad and appeal there. They went bouncing out the cover. Probably bat and pad. They went out the cover. And that completes the first over by Merchant this morning. It went for 4. And at the end of 37 overs, the Volcanoes are 118 for 3. As I welcome back Justin, who just took a short break.
Yes. So the Windward Island continue to push on. Another 117 runs required. So we're halfway there. As you see, another change at the top. It will be Brian, who started yesterday afternoon, and he'll be taking over from Hattie. Well, for the longest spell this morning, Hattie's bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, 48 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, he didn't have a bad spell. I think he looked really more threatening yesterday afternoon. But I think the way that the Volcanoes batsman really went after him, right, didn't really give him a chance to settle. Although he did create a little problem to Ambris, who had a little difficulty.
So it will be medium pace from the northern end. Really. But the Scorpion had opportunities to make the breakthroughs this morning. They did have some opportunities, and they didn't quite take them. As Brian moves in, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher comes, Ambris comes forward, plays it out on the offside.
Well, we saw Justin that the way they started the bat this morning, it looked maybe in the mode of probably a T20. They were just going after the bowling, and I think some of the shots in this selection was pretty poor. And was fortunate. Ambris himself was fortunate. He was dropped so early this morning.
Ryan moves in right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ambris again. Ambris gets a ball which he opens the face of the bat and steers it down towards backward point, and they go through for another single. Take Ambris on to 42. Fletcher is on 36. And Ambris is really due for some runs, Grooney.
Yes, I didn't play too much in much of the game, but haven't had a big score for quite a while.
He's on 41 to 42, and the conditions, maybe what we haven't seen, probably the type of movement that we've seen yesterday, though, strangely enough. So we'll talk more about that as Brian moves in again from the northern end to bowl to Fletcher, who to this delivery is getting one on just outside the off stump and plays it up on the offside. The fielder at mid-off comes around to do the fielding, and there's no runs.
Yes, we did see the ball move around a bit more yesterday. Now this morning we saw coming from that southern end, we saw the ball being moving a bit into the bat, but not the sort of excessive movement that we saw yesterday.
Serious Brian on his way passes the umpire, bowls to Fletcher. Fletcher walks across the off stump, and when he gets there, just pushes it up. And it really didn't make a lot of height. And he just pushes it up towards mid-off, and there is no runs.
Yeah, Fletcher, they're looking to open up the mid-wicket, trying to put himself coming right across the stump. Again, looking to pick that gap, just past the mid-wicket feeler and get it down to the boundary. We just had to be careful in terms of him going so far outside the off stump. As
Brian begins to move in again to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is wrapped on the pad. There's a stifle appeal for leg before again, going right across the off stump. And this one probably just shipping down the leg side. And leg by is signaled by the umpire. So extras will go on to 10. And the total 120 for 3.
Yeah, good delivery. It cut back and it kept a bit low, and I didn't miss the leg stump by too much, but it was heading down the leg side. And Fletcher looking to turn it on the inside, didn't make contact.
So, Ambris, you can see standing just on middle stump and a middle stump guard. Very careful as to where he put his foot down. Here now is Brian on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris gets a delivery again on off stump, coming back into him, turned away on the onside. They go for a quick single. The return comes in to the bowler's end, but Fletcher was always in control. Ambris was always in control and got through for the single to bring up the end of Brian over. Relatively quiet over. At the end of it, Fletcher is on 36, 43 it is to Ambris. 121 for 1 as we come to the end of the first hour of play for the day. And the refreshment card just rolling onto the field. A morning probably which you could say now, looking at the total, 121 for 3, belong to the Windward.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the first hour play really belonged to the Windward Volcanoes. They have not lost a wicket, and I remember they were 51 for 3 at the start of the morning play, and they have moved to 121. So really, they would have probably added some 70 runs this morning in the first hour. The scoring rate had been very good, and they have not lost a wicket, which means they really would have taken advantage away from the Jamaica Scorpions. And in this position at 121 for 3, just 104 were needed. Really, it just calls for the players to be now calm, and really this run should be had very, very easily. Just need to continue to concentrate, play ballers. They had their chances this morning. The Scorpions, they had the chances. They didn't take the chances. I think now that both batsmen just need to buckle down. It is shown now that whatever the Scorpions could throw against them, that they can deal with it. And with the surface continue to play as well as it is playing, really they should have no worry in achieving that score. Probably just another 104 runs.
Yes, another 104 is what is needed. And the Jamaican they do look a little bit lethargic in the field this morning. Not the type of sprightly movement that we saw yesterday when they were a bit on top.
Well, they would have been hoping to get an early breakthrough this morning. That would have probably give them some encouragement to push on. I think they had the opportunity. You could have thought when the players started, they had the opportunity. And it was not accepted, particularly that catch at mid-on, which was dropped. And then we saw, again, Fletcher looking to drive, just went over the cover head. So, they had some opportunities, ball dropping short of slip. And the good thing is that the Volcano players continue to play positive, and they took their chances. And the fact that they have been able to score 70 runs in just our play this morning tells you that they came out very positive. And now we're in a position where they now could relax and play proper cricket.
Yes, and it's just a question of no. You have time is not the issue anymore. Just play normal cricket. Once you don't, the only how the Jamaicans can win the game, they have to bowl the Volcano out now.
Yes, it's 75 overs remaining. I think really time really not an issue.
No.
It's beautiful condition. The sun is shining brightly. There's no issue in terms of the weather, and there's no issue in terms of the time remaining to score the runs. Again, this all goes in favor of the Volcanoes. Just settle on that.
And the issue now is, again, after a break, the batsmen now will have to start again. We've seen so many instances where wickets would have fallen just after refreshment breaks or just after lunch, as the case might be. So these two batsmen have to settle themselves again, have to play themselves in again after the break.
You're so right with that. In that we see wickets fall in clusters. And maybe after the break, we saw that what happened in terms of the Scorpions when Maxwin came back. I think it was after break, and he picked up 4 wickets. And we've seen it happen even yesterday. So this is something that can happen, but I think the way thing has gone this morning, should give the batsmen the confidence that they can go on and get this run without much difficulty.
Indeed. Ambris is on 43, nearing a half century, and it would be great relief for him if he would go on to get a half century. As here is the merchant on his way to Ambris. Ambris turns it out on the onside, and there's no run. So he remains on 43. 36 to Andre Fletcher. And these two have to, as I say, Crony has to take the responsibility from here on. They are the two most probably senior batsmen in the team. Devon Smith going early yesterday. As here now is Merchant on his way to Ambris. Ambris pulled it through the square leg area, just through the legs of the short leg. And the fielder on the deep square leg boundary comes in to do the fielding, and it's another single to Ambris. Takes him on to 44, 122 for 3. And Merchant Start on the top of his mark. Tall off spinner. Well built. From the southern end or the river road end. And he begins to move in now again to bowl, this time to Andre Fletcher out to this delivery, gets a delivery. Get to turn on the onside probably with a combination of maybe bat and pad, and the ball just dropping short out the field at short leg. And there is no runs. Andre Fletcher remains on 32. As much on the top of his mark again. Andre not yet ready. Now is ready as Mochan comes in to bowl to Fletcher to this delivery. He is again turning up on the onside. This time all along the ground up towards mid-on. The fielder at a wideish mid-wicket comes across to do the fielding. And there is no run. So Fletcher is on 36, remains on 36, 122 for 3. And needing 103 more to win the game, the Volcanoes, and Fletcher is opening the face of the bat, looking to beat the fielder at backward point, can do so, and driving late, and there is no run. He remains on 36. As Marchant in his 7th over, coming to the end of his 7th over, 8 runs, no wicket, and comes in now with the ball to Fletcher, who to the delivery is coming forward and pushing it down towards long on. The fielder comes off the long on boundary to do the fielding, and there is no run. There is a single for Fletcher to take him on to 37 and 123 for 3. The Volcanoes, this is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, not a bad over from Mochant. I think he just need to probably, he's just a bit too straight, need to probably give the ball just a little more air and cause the batsman to come on the front foot. So probably just outside the off stump, needs to pitch it in that area where, the batsman have to come forward, and with the ball turning in, I think the forward shoulder is going to come into play, and also the first slip. Because even doing so, you get the straighter one, and cause the batsman to be playing for turn. He could also take that, but I think he has been just a bit too straight. So both batsmen have been able to turn him to mid-wicket and backward square and pick up 1s and 2s.
Brian starts again from the northern end to bowl to Andre Fletcher, who taps away the crease, comes across, and Brian gets a delivery just coming in ever so slightly from the off stump, and Fletcher was in defence and plays it with the full face of the bat up towards extra cover. And there is no run. He remains on 37, 123 for 3. As Brian goes back to his mark and turns on the top of his mark and sees that Fletcher is ready and begins to move into bowl to Fletcher. Passes the umpire to bowl to Fletcher, and Fletcher gets a delivery outside the off. Some good leave in the end, coming forward, and the ball just bouncing, good carry. In fact, what you've seen from the wicket throughout the game is pretty good carry to the keeper. The keeper hasn't had too much problems with ball dropping in front of them and so on. It goes to show that generally it has been a very good pitch, Grooney.
Yes, when we look at the first 2 days, I think all of us are concerned in regards to how easy the wicket has been. It has, but it has continued to play well.
Brian moves in again to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is coming forward and plays it up on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, and the funny thing about these conditions is that while there's a partnership flourishing, the wicket seems to be dormant. There is nothing, but as soon as a wicket has been taken, there you begin to see movements again, and you begin to see wondering if that was the same condition you were playing in just minutes ago.
I think what has happened, what we have seen is that the bowlers the Scorpion bowlers kept the ball up to the bat and in the first inning, really giving an opportunity to move.
There's Brian to Fletcher. Fletcher plays it away into the offside, square it on the offside. Go quickly for the first one, but no chance of a second. The fielder comes off the backward of point boundary, and Fletcher gets a single, take him on to 38. Brings Ambris, who's on 44, back into strike, 124 for 3.
Yeah, I was making a point, Justin. I think the line was impeccable. They really had a good line. And the length was good, bowling one side of the wicket, keep the ball up, and they was able to get some movements. I think this time in this inning they have not been consistently keeping that line and bringing the ball up to the bat. So I think this has been the difference.
Ambris waits for Brian, who comes in on balls to him, and Ambris gets outside the off stump and looking to start his square and missing. So not a very good shot there by Ambris. Really, maybe too close to him also for that shot.
Yeah, poor shot again by Ambris, and that ball didn't pass far from the bat. Again, ball short in length, and he looking to cut it down to that backward point position, and he made no contact. But again, I was speaking in terms of the length that the Scorpion bowlers bowl. I think they was up there both off stump, moving it both ways, and that created some problem for the ball keepers batsman. We haven't seen much of it in this inning.
Ambris takes a new guard, waits now for Brian, who comes in now to bowl to him and to this delivery. This time he is getting away down towards backward point on the boundary, and gets a single, takes him on to 45. And to bring the end of another quiet over by Brian, he has bowled now his 5th over, 5 overs, 18 runs, no wicket, 125 for 3. Ambris is on 45, 38 to Fletcher, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, the Volcanoes continue to progress well this morning. They are now 100 runs to get, and they moved from 51, now they're 125 for 3. Have been a really good session, despite the chances here and there. But I think where they are at now is just a matter of just settling down now and playing each delivery on its merit. And really, it shouldn't be difficult to get to that 225, even as we know that this game is of glorious uncertainties. But they should feel confident where they are at this point.
As Marchant begins to comes into bowl to Ambris, who to this delivery down the tracker. When he gets it, turns it up on the onside, just past the right hand of Marchant, and it goes away to long on, and there's another single for Ambris, single which will take him on to 46. And takes the total on to 126 for 3. As I say, morning to Tony Dixon, who I'm sure would have gotten over your transportation woes.
Morning to Justin.
As here is Marchant on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher off the back foot forces it up towards long on, made on. The fielder comes off the long on boundary to field. So there's another single to Fletcher. He's on 39. And it's 127 for 3, which means that the asking now is double figures. So here now is Marchant on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris this time is looking to cut on the onside, and then and there's no run. So he's on 46, and Tony this morning we not continuing to fight on.
Well, good morning to you, whoever you are listening to the broadcast. Yes, Justin, had a long chat last night with Alex King, the former American All-Star captain. He's presently listening to us concerning this game, and I'll tell you what he had to say to me last night.
As Marchant, on top of his mark, waits for Ambris to settle. He's on 46, Fletcher is 39, and of course 98. The deficit now for the Windward. It's a magic figure for them. Here now is a delivery turned away into the short leg by Ambris, and there is no run.
And he's following us from New York, constantly. He knows all what's happening with Volcanoes cricket, and his whole thing was that as Marchant comes in,
he'll be bowling to Ambris. Ambris waits so much, and who comes in from the southern end to bowl to Ambris, and Ambris is turning that away on the onside. Can't score. There's a fielder just behind square on the onside.
And his whole thing is that he thought that this is just a mental thing, and his thing was that Ambris and Fletcher, they are both positive players, and once they come positive this morning, it should be a walk in the park.
That's what they did this morning. It was very positive this morning from the start. Here is Marchant to bowl to Ambris. Ambris comes down the track and forces it up towards wideish mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Because what is... sorry, Justin.
Yes. So
because what has happened in this game is purely mental. Of course, the Scorpions a bit overconfident yesterday afternoon, didn't apply themselves as they ought to on a perfect batting track still, regardless of what you might say. And the Volcanoes, realizing that they are in with a chance, they would bowl them for 60, and then they started to panic. We saw Fletcher, total years of character, 50 odd delivery, 7 runs. That's not the way he plays. He is a positive attacking player. Still good track, play a normal game, back yourself at all time, get a knockout there. It's an easy pitch. It's only 225. It's gettable.
Yes, it is gettable. As Fletcher, who is on 39 now from 100 deliveries, he waits for Brian, who moves in now, passes the umpire to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher just takes a couple steps off down the track and to the medium pacer and plays it back up to him. Feels well and goes back to his mark. And we were commenting this morning, Tony, about the conditions. We haven't seen anything like the movement that we've seen a couple of days before. But again, whenever, as I was saying, when a partnership is flourishing, all of that seems to go away. Yeah, now he's a Brian from the northern end and moves in now again to bowl to Fletcher, who to this delivery is hitting that over mid-wicket, and that will go 1, 2, 3 bounces away into the boundary for 4 delivery. Slightly over pitched, maybe not outside the off stump, and there's the positivity that you were talking about.
Now, yesterday afternoon, he would have blocked that one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but he's now found his groove. That's the way he plays. He's an attacking player. To win this match, they have to score runs. Dot balls wouldn't do it. And the key factor here, however, is whether or not these two can stay until lunch.
That's correct.
If they can, then it should be a walk in the park.
Indeed. That's what we were discussing this morning. If these two can take it to lunch, it should be a walk in the park. And I don't think one way or the other we should be here after tea.
I don't think it should be after 2.
Okay. Yeah, now he's Brian moves in now to bowl again to Fletcher. Fletcher is driving straight up towards mid-on. The fielder, Blackwood, the fielder comes quickly across to do the fielding, and there is no runs. That's Hattie coming across.
I think also when you would have played for the West Indies, as both Ambris and Fletcher would have done, when you come to this level, you have to show your quality. And because you should be a step above, and you have to show your quality here and dominate at this level.
Indeed, you need to. Ambris, who has just returned from the Sri Lankan tour, and Fletcher, a ball coming off the leading edge and going down towards third man. It will bounce pretty closer to the boundary and go over the boundary, but a fault shot by Fletcher. They probably again looking to go over the mid-wicket area. And the ball coming off the outer portion of the bat and going high down towards third man, more towards backward point and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 14 favors the brave, and he's playing attacking. That's the way he plays. He's a run machine, even at whatever level he plays. But he gets his runs by being attacking, and that's how he plays. That's what has brought him success. And if that would have brought him success, continue doing that.
So he's gone to 47. 46 is Ambris. 135 for 3, and it's now countdown start is now 90 needed. Series Brian again to Andre Fletcher out to the delivery is coming forward this time and plays a tight defensive shot back up on the onside of the wicket, and there is no runs. But mixing aggression with good defense, I think that is what is required.
Yes, and the thing about it is that they are both stroke makers. So they complement each other well. They are both attacking players. Of course, Ambris also is a stroke maker, and so once they can, well, obviously they would have gotten the feel out there, the pace and the bounce and everything. They know it's a good track. Yeah, they're not seeing it as big as the football. So it's all a matter of concentration. Keeping the focus going and knowing what the target is all the time, but always ensuring that bowlers are under pressure.
Indeed, and they are under pressure. With the Windward needing, the Volcanoes needing only 90. And Fletcher and Ambris in a 91-run partnership so far. It's really 91 really useful runs, I think.
I kept making the point yesterday that it's all about partnerships. It's all about partnerships. When the Scorpions batted in the first inning, it was all about partnerships. They had 2 centurions when they batted in the first inning, of course, Bonner and Palmer. But it was based around partnerships. and then they fell away because there were no partnerships
Partnerships,
after that.
yeah.
The same thing happened in the second innings. There weren't any partnership of any substance, and there was a small little Hodge. I think it was on same Andre Fletcher. It was but there were no partnerships. Once you a partnership out there, and the batters get in, it should be easy.
Yes, indeed. As Brian begins to move in again to bowl to Fletcher, who to this delivery is coming across and turning it away into the onside and can't score to bring up the end of another Brian over. Yes, at the end of it, Brian has so far had 6 overs for 26 runs. Fletcher is on 47, 46 to Ambris, both approaching landmarks, 50, approaching 50s, and of course a partnership of 90, 91. They would want to stretch that to 100 and way beyond that.
Yes, both Ambris and Fletcher, they want to take it all the way. I don't think, because once you get in on this surface, Justin, you stay in, because it is so good for batting still. Once you get in, you ensure that you stay in. We have seen what would have happened when batters who were in got out, and then you had wickets kept falling one after the other. So once you get in on the surface, you stay in. Once you stay in, you are going to score runs. The surface is still even. It's playing true. It's playing well. It still favors the batting team. So once you get in there, spend a long time out there, as long as possible.
So it will be Ambris to take strike from Merchant, and Ambris is on 46. We know the 135 for 3. His conditions really lovely, Tony.
Yes,
It's beautiful.
Sun is out in all its brilliance. Green, of course, it's Sunday. Only a necessity of fans here, but it's got good contests.
As here is Merchant on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris with his deliveries down the track and again ball just peeling off the outer portion of the bat. There is no one down on the deep cover boundary, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Ambris will get to 50, and probably not the manner in which he intended. But again, a delivery outside the off stump and not in full control, will get in the edge, but running away down behind point on for 4.
Yes, because he has 3 men on the offside, and Ambris has gone on to 50. Well played at Sonny Ambris, playing a skipper's rock, ensuring that he remained there, knowing his responsibility. Didn't get much in the first innings, and right now really playing a good captain's inning, and just had a long chat there with his partner Fletcher. Well played, well done, young man.
50 of 69 deliveries in 107 minutes to Sonny Ambris. And certainly this will just settle him a bit. Really haven't been getting the runs one expects of him. And what a day to get it. He's on 50. He waits again for Merchant. 139 for 3. There now is Merchant on his way to bowl to Ambris. Ambris gets one down the leg side. And look at it, just turn it away fine. And would have probably gotten some runs had he made some contact, because there's no one down behind square on the boundary, down fine on behind square. So didn't make contact anyway. So here now is Merchant on his way to bowl to Ambris, who this delivery is coming down the wicket, and when he gets there just pushes it up on the onside of the wicket. And Campbell, who is at shortish, straightish mid wicket, comes across in front of mid on to do the fielding, and there is no runs. The Merchant in the middle of his 9th over, 15 runs, 4 maidens, comes in on bowls to Ambris. Ambris this time pulling down behind square. The fielder at backward square will come around to do the fielding. They're going for 1, and they will come back for the 2nd. So it's 2 more. Ambris takes him on to 52 and takes the total on to 141 for 3. So really easy going, and I was talking about the pitch. The type of wicket we expect, not these normal conditions. No, probably more like what we've come accustomed to here at the National Stadium.
Of course it is.
Yeah. There is Merchant flicking the ball from hand to hand and begins to move in past his umpire Butler to bowl to Ambris, who to the delivery is turning away again, just being knocked down by the short leg fieldsman. And there is no run. So Ambris remains on 52. Fletcher is on 47. And partnership now of 97. Just 3 short of 100. 141 for 3. Here now is Merchant into Ambris. This time tickling it fine. There's a long chase for the fielder at backward square. I don't think he will get to that. No, he won't. It goes away for 4. So the 100 partnership has come up. Ambris goes to 56. And a well-played 100 partnership, Tony.
Yes, very workmanlike. That's the only way I can describe it.
So it's a 100 partnership of 154 balls in 110 minutes.
Yes, so it means that they have been playing a number of shots. Ambris got to 1569 deliveries. Remember, of course, yesterday Andre Fletcher took some 50-odd deliveries. He got to get to 7. So it means that he came up this morning just going under on a ball, being very positive. On this occasion, straying in line there was Merchant and just playing the leg glance nice and fine, delicately down to the fine leg for 4. When Merchant straight us along the off stump with only 3 on the offside, he's going inside out. So well done by these 2 young men.
Well, we'll have a few more thoughts from you, Tony, after which the next commentator will be that of Raphael Crony.
Yes, say good morning to you, Raphael. Well done, these 2 young men. Good partnership. Very workmanlike. They are the office, work to be done, and they would have approached it in that manner, being positive, and they have positive results as a result of that.
Yeah, morning, Tony. Good morning for the Volcanoes. When we left yesterday evening, we were pretty concerned in terms of what we saw, but they have turned it around, 145 for 3. They have really scored even quickly this morning. This player has put on 101, and they would have scored some 94 runs for the morning's play, just about an hour and a half. So really, they have done pretty well.
Excellent, excellent. I was making a point to Justin Hector, but this is such a surface. It's so good that when you get in, you stay in, and you stay in once you get in, and once you can do that, it's gonna be okay.
But we're looking at Williams going to take it up from this northern end. He has so far bowled 2 overs, none for 8, as he's up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher plays it on the onside, straight to mid-on, and there's no chance of a run. Williams right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to just 1 slip, cover point. A point on the boundary, cover mid-off on the offside. A pretty packed leg side field.
Exactly.
Long leg wide, deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. And as he's up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. Pitch up, Fletcher is driving straight to mid-on. Mid-on moving quickly to his right. And there's no chance of a run. It's remain 145 for 3 the Volcanoes. Trying to get to 225 for victory.
But there is a plan to bowl to Andre Fletcher at this juncture. He's bowling medium pace, and he has a 5-4 field with 5 over the Bass onside field.
Williams to Fletcher. Again, Fletcher just coming forward and dropping this one in front of him. Slow delivery, seems as he came forward and played on the onside. Picked up.
That looks like Campbell.
By Campbell. Gained no chance of a run. The score remained 145 for 3. And 1-1 does Tony. We get back to it as Williams. He's up to the wicket. And Fletcher is playing this one down to third man, which is why they're probably going to look for 2 years. Well run. Third one, move backward point on the boundary. Had to do some running to his left, and Fletcher pick up 2 more. Takes the score on to 49. And the score moves to 147 for 3.
Now, if he's bowling with 5 on the on and 4 on the off with no third man and no gully, now they're taking not the slip into a gully position, he cannot be bowling us along the off stump. He has to be on or about the middle stump, or middle and off stump, because he has a bias onside field.
Williams, once again, he's up to the bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is playing this one down to mid-on, smoothly down to mid-on, and Ambris a single as Williams, and that's just Fletcher's 50 in 111 balls, 140 minutes. So yet again, another good knock by Fletcher, and he really has played well this morning.
It's a senior responsible knock. That's the way I'm going to describe it. He is the senior player there. Work to be done, came to the office this morning, and very responsible, got the job done thus far.
As Williams to Ambris, and this one is played to mid wicket by Ambris as he stayed on a bit as he was coming forward and just played it to mid wicket, went straight to the field, and there's no chance of a run, and that completes the over. We had 44 overs being bowled. It's 148 for 3, 60 to 56 to Ambris, and Fletcher 50.
Well, both batters would have reached personal milestones, meaning that they would have both gotten to half centuries, which is excellent from a personal perspective. However, and always forefront in mind is the team's perspective. So now that they have gotten to these milestones, they know that it's strictly the team's business. And that business means that the two of them, they are in and they will have to score the rest of the runs. Don't leave it on to the others. They are in. You saw that last delivery there, stayed down a bit from Williams, but they have been out there for a while now, so they know that is going to happen every now and again, so they can adjust and acclimatize to that.
Marchant is going to bowl to Fletcher. He's over the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is coming forward and plays in front of him, and enough chance to get a run as the fielder in covers there. That's Bonner having to do some running. So one more to Fletcher. He moves to 51. Ambris on 56 comes into strike. It's just still one slip and a silly mid-off mid-wicket as Ambris is coming forward and turning it down to fine leg position, but there's fielder backward square. No chance of a run. Again, Marchant in his 10th over, so far none for 22. As he's in from that sudden and right arm off spin, just missing his run and just going back to his mark. There's a long on in place. There's a deep mid wicket on the boundary in place as he's up to the wicket ball to Ambris. Ambris down the track and hits straight to the field at mid on. And Ambris goes again, coming down the track, not getting over that delivery and hit it straight to Campbell, who's feeling just a mid-on position, wide shot and wide, and Ambris goes, and the Windward has lost their 4th wicket. Ambris caught by Campbell, bowled by Marchant, and he went for 56.
Yes, well, again, looking to be positive, got down the track, but I didn't really get to the pitch of it. Trying to go over long on, trying to go between long on and mid wicket, not really necessary at the moment. A lapse in concentration really there from the skipper, not really needed at this time, and he paid the price. I said before, we feel like when you get in there, you stay in. You have to be patient still, and this is the time now in his innings when he had to really move to the next move to the next level, the next gear. And be as cautious as possible because they're almost there. However, that was not to be. He has played well. I dare say I still would think that he would have gifted his wicket away, and the onus is now on. And we're not much again to go before the luncheon period. Of course, Emmanuel Stewart now will be put under pressure. With not because now that is exactly what you're looking for. It's just some 76 runs left for the Volcanoes to snatch victory. But with the loss of Ambris, they will have to start all over again. Another partnership.
Yes, you're so right. And I made a point this morning when they would have taken the score to that sort of score from where they were. All it meant was that you play normal cricket. Relax and play normal cricket. There's no need to force it. You put away the bad balls and you stay and bat. But that was not to be, as Ambris, they're looking to go over the top. And was caught there. Emmanuel Stewart, who had a pretty good series so far, comes into bat as Marchant. Over the wicket to bowl to Stewart. And Stewart is turning this one down to a short leg there. No chance of a run. The score remains, it's now 149 for 4. Scorpions picking up their 1st wicket this morning. But for an addition of some 98 runs. As Marchant comes in, bowled to Stewart, and Stewart covers up and pushes it on the offside. There's no chance of a run. Fletcher 51.
and would be feeling the pressure now. He knows now that he has to stay.
Yes, just normal cricket. You have to play just normal cricket and with ease. We look at Merchant. He's over the wicket, ball to Stewart. Stewart again is coming forward, pushing it on the offside. There's no chance of run, and that completes successful over by Merchant. He has now taken 1 for 22 in 10 overs, and at the end of 45 overs, the score it's 149 for 4. The Volcanoes trying to get to 225 for victory.
Well, it was just the thing that the Scorpions would have wanted and needed desperately, so a breakthrough. It is said that 1 can bring 2 and 2 can bring 4. It means now that Fletcher and, of course, Emmanuel Stewart will have to rethink the situation. Also, the way they are going to approach it. They don't want to become again too ultra defensive. You don't want to see Fletcher getting ultra defensive. You want to see him playing his normal way. But at the same time now, he has added responsibility. So as to how he goes on now, he knows now that he has to stay probably very close to the end because it's after Stewart, the all-rounders and the bowlers.
Well, he's 51 and he's preparing to face Williams. Williams in his 4th over so far, none for 11. Williams is up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher, and Fletcher is driving down to long on and takes an easy single. As Williams comes off the long on boundary. Orin Williams, bowler being all Williams, and Emmanuel Stewart comes in to strike. It's 150 in 272 balls in 136 minutes.
I think between Stewart and Fletcher, they should be thinking partnership 40-50, 40-50, 40-50. We're almost there.
Yeah, so you think...
Just partnership 40-50, 40-50, 40-50, and then, we're just less than 20.
Williams, he's up to the wicket, ball to Stewart. Stewart is driving straight to cover. And there's no runs. As we have been saying, we look at the Scorpions batting and from the first inning in terms of the partnership, how important it is our partnership. Well, we had a partnership a bit of 97, which sort of swing the game, in favor of Volcanoes. So we just need another little partnership as Williams comes in, bowl to Stewart. Stewart again pushes one on the offside. The fielder in probably a third slip position, move to his right hand field.
And what Stewart needs to do is to rotate and get Fletcher back on strike. Because he will take some time to get in himself. But he needs to rotate. He don't want to be soaking up dot balls and then Fletcher's getting cold at the next end because he's already in.
Yeah, he's so right. As we look at the field, third slip, cover, a point on the boundary, a cover and a mid-off on the offside, long leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on as Williams comes in, bowl to Stewart, and Stewart is driving down to mid-off, again, straight to Brian. There's no chance of run. That deep backward square, Tony, do you think it is necessary to have that deep backward square? We're looking at the way the wicket is played in terms of the bunks. One would have thought that maybe he could be in normal position, but Williams, he's up to the wicket now, bowl to Stewart, and Stewart again is stroking this one back to the bowler. There's no chance of a run.
Yes, we feel. He needs to get off strike. He needs to rotate, find the gap, some good deliveries to get off strike. Place it between extra cover and mid-off, bring back Andre Fletcher into strike.
Yes, I agree with you. That ball was up to him. It could have been driven, it could have been pushed anyway. As Stewart get on right up this time and had to play it back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that completes another over. And Tony, I certainly agree with you in terms of rotation of the strike. We saw him got a few balls up to him that he could have pushed into the gap and pick up a single. But as you said, be very careful not to get into defensive mode.
Yes, because you don't want to become too defensive, because then the Scorpions they will be coming right back at you, feeling that they have a chance. As it is now, they don't have half of a chance. But if you play negatively, mentally the game will change, and they will think that they have a chance when by and large it's only 70 odd. with 6 wickets on the entire day. So if any team should win from here on, it should be the Volcanoes. But the mindset, the Volcanoes should continue to play positive and steal the initiative.
Marchant, he's going to bowl to Fletcher. It's 150 for 4, 75 needed in some 67 overs remaining for the day. As Marchant, right arm off spin to Fletcher. And Fletcher is playing that one down to backward point here. And he's going to pick up 2 runs in a vacant position, go very close to the boundary. And let's see. Actually, we'll wait on the umpires just to see the signal there as he was on his back foot to a shortish delivery and played down to backward point. Let's see. Just want to wait on the umpire's decision. Went very close to the boundary. And as the fielder, Bonner running down there, just sort of dive and stopped it.
Well, really, what's happening there is that the spectators down there, they're saying that it's 4, and that Bonner didn't say that it's 4. So that's what's happening there, because now the umpire has signaled 4 because Bonner did not, but the spectator was giving him really a hard time down there, and eventually they would have acknowledged, and Fletcher is given the boundary.
154. Fletcher moved to 56 as Marchant is once again up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. And Fletcher is playing this one back along the wicket on the onside. No attempt of a run. 154 for 4. Have been a good morning for the Volcanoes. Scoring so far 103 runs as Marchant once again bowled to Fletcher. And Fletcher again is playing it back to the bowler. Again, Tony, one feels that deliveries that can be pushed, pick up the singles.
But it's 11:46 too, based on your clock, we feel, Crony, your watch. So obviously he's also probably looking at having an eye at lunch.
As he faces another delivery, and this one is coming forward and push it on into the offside and pick up an easy single. That takes the score on to 57. It's 155 for 4. As the right-handed Stewart comes back into strike.
And now you're seeing that he used his feet there, got to the pitch, knocked it in front of him, jogged the single, whereas yesterday afternoon he was just poking it, blocking it in front of him. But now he's in, he's fit, moving, his confidence is there. They're going to call him animal short. Leg gully, forward short leg, slip.
Yes, a little more attack for Stewart with 3 fielders around the bat as Marchant picking up the only wicket to fall this morning, that of Ambris.
And again, this is pure mental.
As Marchant up to the wicket, bowled to Stewart. Again, Stewart coming forward. Again, one that just stayed down a bit, but he got the bat down in time and pushed it out on the offside.
Bad technique. He cannot be playing much on the back foot. It's the same delivery that Fletcher and Ambris have been playing with a different feel. Nothing has changed there. It's only the mindset that has changed there.
Yeah, and as you say, the pressure as Stewart waits as Marchant. Right arm over the wicket, bowler Stewart. And this time he's coming forward and push it on the offside and pick up an easy single, and he's off the mark after 9 deliveries. He's on 1. The end of 47 overs. Volcanoes 156 for 4. Again, trying to get to 225 for victory.
Yes, and we feel coping with pressure is not an easy thing for the athlete, and it's one of the most essential components of the cricketer or the footballers or
Very much
business, so. And it can change the way you play. You can be a very good player, but pressure and the way you function when it comes makes the difference between success and failure. Marchant is not spinning the ball half a mile out to Emmanuel Stewart. It's the same thing he's been doing all morning. But Stewart is not comfortable. He's not very confident. He's trying to get his eyes in, and as a result of that, looks as if Marchant is doing a lot with the ball, but he's not doing much with it.
Williams, he's up to the wicket, the bowler Stewart. And Stewart again is coming forward and playing it just past the mid-on fielder. weak attempt there by the mid-on fielder, and that's John Campbell, just trying to stop it with his feet. It went down to long on.
Just easing the pressure. They would have wanted to have Emmanuel Stewart face most of the deliveries before lunch. He's new to the wicket.
And Williams field, one more to Stewart, he's on 2. It's 157 Fletcher. As he waits for Williams up the wicket board to Fletcher. Fletcher again is playing this one to cover, not just a little bit eerily. As you're looking again to seemingly push this one. One get the impression he was more looking to push it maybe some way mid-on. And it just take the outside edge and went to cover. It's a hint of a away movement there. Fletcher is on 57 as he faces another delivery from Williams right up, and he comes down on it. Plays again to Campbell, who's at mid-on. It's 157 for 4 Volcanoes. Really have been a dramatic day yesterday, Tony.
Really fabulous cricket. Lots of excitement.
Fletcher for this delivery is covering up again. Campbell fields, and there's no run.
Lots of excitement. It's one of those cricket matches that you'd want to remember regardless to who wins it.
Yeah.
Because it ebbed and it flowed and it went one way and then the other way and then swung the next way again. And who knows? There still might be some twist and some turn in this one.
As Fletcher again is covering up and plays on the onside. Again, Campbell comes around and field. And again, there's no run. The score remains 157 for 4. But you look at the Scorpions bat yesterday in terms of scoring only 60 on this track. It's something, out of thought. One wonders how it happened.
Well, we will get back to that.
Well, Williams is up to the wicket board to Fletcher. Full toss, which is played down to a long leg. I really didn't get hold of this one. He's looking to hit it some way through mid-wicket. Picked up that single in the end, and that completes the over. It's 158 for 4 Volcanoes, and this is after 48 overs.
Yes, another full delivery there by Williams. One that was full, I should say, and Fletcher looking to play it a lot wide on the onside. I didn't cue it properly. He only went down to the man down at long leg, and he only collected a single. A little bit disappointed, but he still retained the strike. Obviously, he is thinking about lunch. It is not too far away. They would have lost Ambris and would be saying to each other, look, we cannot lose another one. We will have to probably close shop for the last 2-3 overs before lunch and come back after lunch. Those are thought processes that go to the minds of players. But coming back to the Scorpions yesterday, Refill, I think that the Scorpions actually had it in their hands, became overconfident, found themselves at about 14 for the loss of 4 and panicked. And that's what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, I guess it goes back to the pressure. Although they really wasn't on a no pressure start in the inning. And Fletcher is turning this one on the onside. No chance of a run as Merchant continues in his 12th over. So far 1 for 26. And for Fletcher, still mid on for slip. Mid wicket. And a short mid on. And a long on as Fletcher is coming forward again, pushing it back on the offside. And there's no runs. And Tony, as you rightly say, probably playing for lunch. We probably may have one more after this one. And the score remains at 158 for 4.
Still think that the Scorpions should cut him a little bit with not much overs left before lunch. Apply some more pressure. It takes only one delivery to get him out.
That's right. As Merchant, again, for the second time, just misses his run. That goes back to his mark. It all comes down to the sort of strategy and that you use in terms of playing the game. And really, yeah, probably you want to put a little more pressure. Know that he's playing defensive, playing for lunch. You want it, anything can happen. As taking his time, Fletcher, settle. as Merchant. He's up to the wicket bowler Fletcher. Again, Fletcher is coming forward, push on the offside. And coming on the outer edge of the bat, he picked up a single as he came forward.
Yeah, he's a line there because only 3 men on the offside. One is a slip and one is in the covers and made off. So anything that is in front of Andre Fletcher with soft hands, the single is there for the taking.
Yeah.
So Mucha has to be more middle and leg because he has a bias onside field.
Yeah. I would have thought that, you give the ball a bit more air and have the batsman come forward with getting a little turn, and maybe if he is able to extract any bunks before Chocolate comes into play. Just being a bit straight in my view, as he's up to the wicket on bowler Stewart again, and Stewart is turning this one down. He's probably going to pick up 2 runs there. The backward square have to do some running, and that's Brian, and he pick up 2 easy runs again straight, and this turned down to long leg position and pick up 2 more. 161 for 4. Stewart is on 4. As Merchant, right arm off spin over the wicket bowler Stewart. Again, Stewart is coming forward. This one is better lined, more offside the off stump, and he come forward, push it on the offside, and there's no run. And Tony, in my view, you're pitching that length all the time. One could bounce, one could go straight on, but you just need to be more consistent on that line. As he's over the wicket, the ball to Stewart, and Stewart again is coming forward and playing it to mid on, and there's no chance of a run. And that completes his 12th over so far. 4 maidens, 1 for 31, 161 for 4 Volcanoes.
Yes, with not much time left to lunch, the Volcanoes would want to go into lunch without the loss of another wicket, especially the wicket of Andre Fletcher, who has done such an excellent job for them this morning. Still being there, would want to ensure that this is the last over, in conversation with Emmanuel Stewart now in the middle. And the Volcanoes should be pleased with their work so far, but still it's not yet lunch, and they will still have to carry it right on to lunch. And once they can do so, it means that they would have had the better exchange for the morning.
Yes, and they would want to make it the last over, having a long discussion. As Blackwood pick up the attack from this northern end. Bowling a bit of a medium pace as Fletcher, who's on 59 so far. He has faced 125 deliveries. Blackwood, and he's bowling to a slip. Probably he's up to the wicket now and to bowl to Fletcher outside the off stump and keeping very low as Fletcher looked to cut. And this one actually rolled to the keeper.
That is expected. Blackwood himself don't think exceeds 5'5", so you don't expect the deliveries to be coming up much high from him. Much bunks.
Yeah,
he's a very short man.
Being short in stature, I really don't seem to be going up. So the tendency is the ball is probably going to keep low. He's up to the wicket bowler Fletcher again. Good line. Fletcher come forward and push it on the offside. Blackwood himself feel.
So you'd have to be watchful to him and be on the front foot, negate anything that is straight, because he's trying to be straight, looking for a leg before decision. That's what he has to be looking for.
He's up to the wicket once again. Right arm over the wicket to Fletcher. Another good line, and Fletcher coming forward and ball going straight back into the stumps. But very good line, and
he's bowling straight, wicket to wicket. The balls are going to keep low. If you miss it, he's going to hit your pad. If you hit your pad, you're going to get out leg before. That's how simple it is.
And he's bowling to a long leg on the boundary. Still that deep backward square on the boundary. Long on the mid wicket. Campbell, straightish mid wicket.
Keeper seem to be coming up to the stumps. I don't think Fletcher will be pulling in mind. Will have the pull in mind. More will want to drive Blackwood.
As Blackwood once again he's up to the bowler to Fletcher, and again Fletcher covers up, plays it back to the bowler. Again, no chance of a run. Yeah, I just feel that backward square, that deep backward square on the boundary seem to be probably wasting that player in that position. But Blackwood is up to the wicket boulder Fletcher. Again, Fletcher is covering up. Ball coming into the right-handed batsman. Fletcher equaled it and playing it back along the wicket. Really intent on staying there until lunch. This could very well be the final over. Now having a mid-wicket long distance conference or discussion. Again, trying to buy some time to make sure that this is the last over.
Of course, he's doing all he can to ensure that this is the last delivery.
Just one delivery to go. Blackwood is up to the wicket boulder Fletcher. Again, Fletcher is covering up and playing it to a mid-wicket straight. And that completes a maiden over bowled by Blackwood. And it's lunch. And on this final day, the game Jamaica Scorpion versus Windward Volcanoes. And Tony has been a very good morning for the Windward Volcanoes, taking the score from 51 for 3 overnight. It's now 161 for 4. And they have added 110 runs for the morning session.
Yes, only 64 runs in arrears. In clinching, if and when it happens, would be a memorable victory, taking everything into consideration. Excellent morning by the Volcanoes. Good partnership, very good partnership. The skipper Ambris and of course the senior pro Andrew Fletcher retrieved the situation yesterday when he was looking dubious. Came in this morning, was very positive until Ambris lost his wicket. And by and large, Volcanoes morning.
Yes, well, the news down at the National Stadium, the Windward Volcanoes resume at 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. They have now going to launch at 161 for 4, having lost a wicket of Ambris, who went for 56. Fletcher is on 59. Emmanuel Stewart is on 4. Merchant, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. And Blackwood has just bowled just 1 over before lunch and conceded 1 run. And at lunch, the Volcanoes requiring 225 for victory. They are 161 for 4. And we certainly await the next interesting period after lunch. And we hope that you will join us then. Good afternoon, wherever you are. We welcome you back to the National Stadium. The Volcanoes, 161 for 4, endeavoring to get a 225 for victory. And the condition continues to be bright and sunny. And we do look forward to first session, interesting, probably first hour this afternoon. Welcome, Tony.
Good afternoon to you, wherever you are listening to this exciting cricket match here at the Grenada National Stadium. We think that whatever happens, whichever way it goes, don't think it might go beyond T. Of course, the Volcanoes, some 64 runs in a res, some 6 wickets in hand, and Andre Fletcher and Emmanuel Stewart. First of all, we'd want to ensure that they put together a partnership, because partnership will be the order of the day if they had to get that 64. And then, of course, the Scorpions, we want to sniff. They would want a wicket or 2 to get back into this game. We would have seen what happened when we fell over the last 4 days, the ebb and the flow of things, how it went one way and then the other. And one session alone, makes so much difference. But this session, it's match time. It's game time this session, we felt.
Yeah, most definitely. And at 161 for 4-1, would want to think that Volcanoes is way in front and really should win this match easily. But as we have seen in this game, it turns and it twists, wickets fall in clusters. So there's still quite a lot in the game. One would hope that this pair is going to take it probably close to 200. And obviously the Scorpions will be looking to make a breakthrough, probably looking to get the wicket of Fletcher in particular. But so it's interesting reading in terms of what is going to happen probably in the next hour or so.
Well, within the next hour, we definitely will know what's going to happen because they're about to resume. A lot of byplay out there with Fletcher, and I think it's Campbell, and it's all good fun and good spirit, however. And it's good to see the players enjoying themselves besides the fierceness of the competition. But of course, there's still one Caribbean people, and it's good to see them, engaging in such camaraderie. As we're about to commence.
Well, mainly it is pick it up from that southern, and it's going to bowl to first to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward and push it to straight to cover, no chance of a run. And the score remains at 161 for 4. As the Scorpions really would be looking to get an early breakthrough. They picked up the wicket just a few minutes before lunch, and certainly they'll want to probably pick up another one after lunch. Just to give themselves an opportunity. There's one slipper gully, cover mid-off on the offside. He's up to the wicket, and this one is played to mid-wicket. Again, good stop. Campbell moving quickly to his left. Seeing some... the fielders look very upbeat, the chance that, one wicket can change things. So they're really looking to press on.
There's a lot of chatter out there. It's not over as yet. Lots of chatter out there, mainly looking to be as straight as possible, which is the right way to bowl on this surface. It cannot be short and it cannot be over pitch, but he's trying to be between wicket and wicket as he comes into Stewart.
He's up to the wicket, right arm over the wicket, bowl to Stewart. Stewart covers up and again pushes it on the offside. The fielder at mid-off comes into field, and we can hear the chatter with the players out there, obviously trying to gear up each other, trying desperately to get a breakthrough.
Well, they all know that this is the session, and this is the last recognized pair, so to speak. Emmanuel Stewart, known for his batting, and of course Andre Fletcher. After them, you go into the all-rounder Kotoy, Ryan John, and then the 3 bowlers. So they're really desperate to be looking to see if they can get an early breakthrough.
Mainly, as he's up to the wicket to bowl to Stewart, and for this delivery, Stewart again is playing to a point, backward point position, and the fielder comes in, no chance of a run. 161 for 4, requiring for the 64 runs for victory. It was a good morning for the Volcanoes. They scored 110 runs in that session this morning for the loss of 1 wicket. The wicket of the captain, Ambris, he went for 56. Merchant picking up that wicket this morning. Mainly, once again, right over the wicket bowled to Stewart. Again, Stewart is covering up and playing this down to mid-off. No hurry. And there's no runs. Conditions continue to be very good. Bright sunshine. And the surface continues to play well.
Yes, the conditions are excellent down here. The sun really beating this beautiful facility here. Cricket is good. Spectatorship is poor, but we have a good contest at hand.
Yes, mainly from that southern end. So Stewart covers up a good debris, good length, a good line, and all he can do is defend, push it back to the bowler, and that complete the first over after lunch. The score remained 161 for 4.
It's a good start by the Scorpions, mainly being very straight, good length, good line, on about the off stump. And Stewart having to play every single delivery in this over. And that's the thing, is going to be the nature of the Scorpions attack this afternoon. Seems as if Blackwood probably might be bowling another over. Of course, he bowled and 1 over before lunch, which was very good. And seemed to be having a go again at the northern end.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Blackwood is going to continue. One thought he would have probably just bowled over before lunch, but he's back again.
But I think they're seeing that from his bowling, he bowled a very good over before lunch. And the deliveries were keeping rather low. He's a small man by stature. He's also on the shorter side of things. And, hoping that probably Andre Fletcher will be trapped plumb in front.
Well, Blackwood it is from this northern end. He's up to the wicket, bowled to Fletcher. Fletcher covers up and push on the onside. A ball that came into the batsman. And as it cut into him, he just pushed it out on the onside. And Campbell, who is at mid-on, fields.
And one hope again, Raphael, this afternoon that the Volcanoes don't go back into that sort of shell, where they become ultra defensive again. One hope that they can rotate the strike.
Blackwood to Fletcher with the keeper right up. And Fletcher is playing this one down to third man. He's going to probably pick up 2, goes into the boundary for 4. Shortage delivery, and he was on top of it and steered it past the fielder in probably a second slip position. And the fielder on the point boundary was fairly wide. Third man position fairly wide, and that went into the boundary for 4.
Well, normally the lead cut, especially with the third man in, he should be a low percentage shot. On that occasion, he actually played well, lead cut it down to third man. No third man, the man coming across some point had no chance. And there is a man in a sort of gully position, no chance. And 4 good looking runs to Fletcher.
He moves to 63 as 165. Blackwood. He's up to the wicket, bowled to Fletcher. Again, Fletcher is stroking down to long on, and he picks up an easy single. That brings the score on to 64. It's 166. Stewart comes into strike. Smith, the keeper, is standing up. Again, that backward point on the boundary comes into a normal point position, and just a gully. Cover mid-off on the offside, long leg on the boundary, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. A deep backward square on the boundary as Blackwood is up to the wicket, bowl. Stewart looking to play this one down to third man. Just keep a bit low and just seem to come off the keeper. Let's see. He got some bat onto it. Yeah, 1 to Stewart.
Yeah, and Stewart would be advised to be on the front foot. That ball, again, he was on the back foot. And the ball taking the inner part of the bat and just bubbling just behind him. No harm done, but should be advised to be on the front foot.
167 for 4. Blackwood descent to Fletcher. And Fletcher is driving to cover point. A little disappointed not getting hold of this one. But you're looking to pierce that gap. It went bouncing down to the point position. And again, there's no run.
Yes, looking to find that gap. And once he find that gap behind point or in front of point, there's no stopping it. It's going to be 4. A little bit disappointed he didn't time it as well as he would have liked. So yes, so it's the end of the over. Another Blackwood over. Bowling from this to southern end. Some 5 runs coming in the over. Andre Fletcher, of course, playing a delicate lead cut. And Emmanuel Stewart together with him. Like he said, we want to ensure that they engage in another partnership. Partnership has to be the order of the day, 30, 40, 50. And once they can get to that, it means that they will be almost there. But it's going to take some doing. Still a long time left in this game. And it's not over until it's actually over, we felt.
Yes, as we have seen the turns and the twists. It's 167 for 4. We still have 61 overs to be bowled, so really it's not an issue in terms of overs. Really, time is not an issue as we look at Minley and in his 12th over, he's up to the wicket bowler Stewart, and Stewart is stroking this one to mid-off against good link. And good line, Stewart coming forward and plays down to mid-off, and there's no runs. Midley in his 12th over, so far 1 for 32. Did have a very good spell this morning and really should have had the wicket of Ambris very early. And that catch was dropped at mid-on, but he continues to keep a very good line as he's on his way once again to bowl to Stewart. And Stewart is playing this one again to in a mid-on position, and again there's no run. A little bit upishly on the onside, but no danger.
Yes, but Stewart shouldn't be in any hurry. He's playing well, playing in the V. Minley's hitting good areas, good line, good lengths, bowling wicket to wicket really. Hoping that Stewart, he can miss, because I think what they realize now is that bowling straight is the best tactics on this wicket.
Slip and a gully in place as Minley's up to the wicket bowler Stewart. Short lifting delivery. Stewart went easily under this one. We haven't seen much delivery, much short deliveries. So you're able to get this one. Stewart being a short man, just had no difficulty in just getting under this one.
Minley seemed to have, he's right up in his face really. Manuel Stewart just walked away, minding his own business, trying to focus, trying to concentrate. Of course, Minley will want to upset his concentration because he wants his wicket.
He's on his way once again to Stewart. And for this delivery, Stewart is driving and driving well. That's over long off. Let's see. It goes all the way for 6. Very good shot there. It's a half volley. And he really got under it and hit it beautifully over long off for 6.
That's a majestic stroke. As a matter of fact, the fieldsmen are with all their hands akimbo, because he was mainly bowling good lengths, good line, hitting good areas. Manuel Stewart very, very defensive. Suddenly a half volley inside or through the offside over long off 6 runs. Really majestic shot.
Yeah, a very good shot. And it wasn't all that bad, a bad delivery. I think he just got under it and hit it over the top. And this time he allowed this one to go outside the off stump. And no shot offered. Stewart was on 11. It's 173 for 4.
I think Minley is having something to say to Stewart, who again walks away towards square leg, not having any of it, trying to focus, trying to concentrate. But obviously something has been said. Stewart is again very composed, very cool. Comes back in now to to take his stance again, and so it's all happening here.
No, the deep backward square has been pushed back, so there could be some excitement as he's up to the ball to Stewart. Stewart covers up and plays it on the offside to the mid-off fielder, and there's no runs. And the end of Minley's 12th over, he has 1 for 38. And the Volcanoes continue to progress 173 for 4.
Yes, good over again. Good positive batting by Emmanuel Stewart. Minley was hitting good areas and suddenly got one that was slightly over pitch. And he drove it inside out over long off for 6. Really majestic shot. The equation now is some 52 runs behind. And magic number, of course, I think would be 50 once they get to there. Then it helps the concentration from a batting perspective. But Blackwood with that number 27 on his back will continue to want to get a wicket of Andre Fletcher. And any wicket that the Scorpions could get now, I think would be an asset to them and give them the opportunity to probably see if they can come back in this game.
Blackwood, he's on his way to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is on 64. And Fletcher is steering this one down to third man, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4. Again, short is outside the off stump, and no problem. They just steered it. And it just a goal in position, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
Again, that lead cut, and the Scorpion fieldsman very frustrated. Just giving him a little bit of room, selling off the off stump, and with the way the field has been set, no slip, there is a gully, no third man, and Andre Fletcher just delicately placed it between the wicketkeeper who's standing up and the man at gully, and stood his position, didn't have to move, 4 good-looking runs.
Yes, and that offside field, that position with Blackwood continuing to bowl outside the off stump, really there's runs for the taking there. This one is played down to backward point. The fielder on the boundary had to come in. 1 more to Fletcher. He moves to 69. It's 178 for 4. Just looking at the field placing, Tony, Blackwood is bowling just outside the off stump. You just have one gully and a fielder backward point on the boundary. So it really, you just need to touch that ball, and as it beats that gully position, a lot of space there, you can easily get to the boundary. Blackwood it is. This time he's up to the wicket bowler Stewart. Stewart again is pushing this one on the offside, and the fielder comes in.
It is interesting in terms of what line they're asking. Campbell is asking Blackwood to bowl, because based on the field placing, he has a bias onside field, and but he's bowling a line just outside off stump. So the possibility of going for runs to the offside is real.
Blackwood and Stewart again is forward. A good length delivery coming into the right hander. He pushes it back along the wicket. It's 178 for 4. And the field offside, that gully, fine gully position. Backward point cover mid-off as Blackwood up to the wicket bowler to Stewart. Again, Stewart is covering up and playing it to cover. Again, no run. Long leg on the boundary. You have a mid-wicket. Deep backward square on the boundary.
And that one stayed down, Refiel, keeping a little bit low. Of course, like we said, we expect that happening with Blackwood.
As Blackwood continues, right arm over the wicket, ball to Stewart. Again, Stewart is coming forward and pushing it back on the onside, and that completes his third over. He have one maiden, none for 11. Volcanoes 178 for 4.
Yes, the partnership now is some 29 runs by Fletcher and Stewart, and of course, he probably might be overemphasizing the point and the fact that if they are to get there, it will be based upon partnerships. And again, a partnership in the making. We spoke of partnerships of 40, 50. And if this partnership can blossom to probably 40, 50, it means that they will be getting in a stronger, in a better position to be victors in this game.
Yeah. Mainly, who had a very good spell this morning. He looked the pick of the bowlers for the Scorpions. He's bowling to 2 slips, cover point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and deep backward square on the boundary. As Minley He's up to the wicket now to bowl to Fletcher. And Fletcher is covering up and pushing it on the offside. Again, no chance of a run. At surface, Tony continues to play really, really well.
Yeah, there's no problem with the surface. It's been playing how it usually play at the surface at the National Stadium. Very good for batting. Even on this day 4, hard work for the bowlers. Once batters decide to put their head down, it's going to make life difficult for the bowlers.
Mindley. He's up to wicket, bowled to Fletcher. And Fletcher clipped this one off his legs, and the fielder on the deep backward set comes around, and he's going to come back for 2 runs. 2 easy runs, as he just strayed on the legs slightly, and it was played between that backward square on the boundary and the long leg. And the fielder backward square had to run to his right. 2 more runs to Fletcher, takes him to 71. It's 180 for 4. Certainly getting closer to that 225.
Seems to have assessed the situation well, Andre Fletcher. Saw him during the luncheon period. I don't think he had lunch. I saw him in the nets with the pads on and the gloves and the bat throughout the whole luncheon period. So I think he's very focused. He knows that it is so important. It is dependent upon him to stay there and to guide the Windwards home. And so far, going about his business quite well.
Mainly. Fletcher taking his time as he settles, and Minley is from that southern end is up to Fletcher, and Fletcher is playing it to mid-on in the air and is caught at mid-on. Slow delivery, it seems, as he came forward there, and one thought that he played it into the ground, but played it to mid-on, and I think it was Campbell that came in there and took a simple catch, and Fletcher goes.
Yes, similar position, similar shot, similar position to where Ambris got out. And now, with Fletcher out of the way, some 47 runs left for the Volcanoes to achieve victory. We're just speaking about the fact that he seemed to assess the situation well. But it was a slow delivery, deceived, I dare say. It was a slow delivery on the full and probably playing a little bit too early and just cued it straight into the hands of the man at mid-on. And now, I think that is what they were hoping, that Andre Fletcher would go and introduce the 2 all-rounders. Cotoy is making his way out to join Stewart and the bowlers. So we really do have an interesting contest still here on our hands.
Yes, most definitely. But one has to give Minley a lot of credit. He really bowled well. And, as we were saying earlier, you probably could have picked out even two or three wickets this morning the way he bowled. It was a slow delivery, as you said, and one got the impression that he played it into the ground, but he take it on the full and played it straight to mid-on. And a well-deserved wicket. He really worked hard in terms of his bowling and probably deserved a wicket.
It's a good variation, like you said. Deceived with the slower one. Played a lot, was through the shot before the ball actually got to him. And just end up cueing it and giving Campbell at mid-wicket a very simple catch. So the Scorpions, so they would have got the breakthrough that they really wanted. Andre Fletcher is the man that they wanted out. They've gotten that breakthrough, and now they are out there strategizing as to how they're going to approach Cotoy and Stewart and the rest of the batting. 5 wickets, 47 runs. I mentioned, Raphael, that Cotoy is due to fail. In my opinion, he has been playing so well, and he's been scoring so many runs and scoring those runs so confidently. But of course, he bats at number 8. And, so at some point in time, he has to be due for a failure. Hopefully, from a Volcanoes perspective, it's not today because he has had such a fantastic season so far.
Yeah, I did have a good first inning, 47 not out. And coming off Barbie, he did have a century, so he have been doing well. The bottom half of Volcanoes batting.
Of course, he did get a half century here against Guyana when Volcanoes played Guyana here.
As he settles, left-handed Cotoy, as Mindley, again from this southern end, is up to the wicket, bowled to Cotoy, and he turned this one down to long leg, and it's going to go close and into the boundary for 4. Good attempt by the fielder on the long leg boundary. But again, Mindley just trained there, and Cotoy looked at that busy player he is. turned it down to long leg and goes into the boundary for 4.
Yes, delivery badly lined by Minley on just about leg stump, and Kotai glanced it, played it fine, played it well, kept it down. And the man at long leg running to his left, tried valiantly to save the boundary, but bubbled over his hand and went over the fence. And 4 runs to Kotai is off the mark.
184 for 5. Kotai on 4. As Mindley, he's up to the wicket bowler. Kotai covers up and they just push it on the onside. And Campbell, no chance of a run. Stewart is on 11. It's 184 for 5.
So once again, they would need another partnership, again another 30 between these two. And if they can get to 30 between these two, then the equation becomes a lot simpler.
Mindley to Kotai, he's up to the wicket bowl and he stroked this one back pass. We're looking for a quick run. Yes, he was played it back past the bowler and really was quick off the mark and completed a single as a fielder from mid of the came around quickly, trying to intercept and maybe have a throw at the wicket, but he misfield, right, and he got home safely.
So he seemed to come out very positive. Kotai, already he's gone to 5. Nice shot long to fine leg glance. And took off for that single very quickly in conversation with Emmanuel Stewart, recognizing the fact that partnership is the order of the day and that the two of them probably will have to carry it home. It's not much more to get, but still it's a lot taking into consideration what we've seen happen during the course of this game. So it is so incumbent on these two that they put a partnership together from a Volcanoes perspective. Because of course the Scorpions 1 or 2 wickets more and really put the cats among the pigeons.
Yeah. Well, Kotai is this sort of player, busy player, and he's gonna continue to play positive as he normally plays. So one expect that if he remains for any length of time, they would be quickly getting close to that score. Blackwood is going to continue. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Kotai, and then leg side field as Blackwood is up the wicket bowler Kotai. He covers up and he pushes it on the offside again, pick up an easy single.
We feel the thing is, with 39 runs for victory and with 5 wickets in hand, it should be academic. Theoretically, the equation should be quite simple, but we've seen what has happened here throughout the course of this game. 1 wicket, 2 wickets, and then they keep tumbling down. So it's still very important from a Volcanoes perspective. Partnership has to be the order of the day.
Stewart faces Blackwood, and for this delivery, he's covering up and pushing it back to the bowler. And we are seeing offside, gully, a point cover mid-off.
Another thing also is that I don't think they've become very adept and at winning. And winning is, sometimes it becomes a habitual thing, and as Blackwood comes in.
Blackwood up to the wicket bowler Stewart. Again, Stewart is playing us on the point position. The fielder comes in. Again, no chance of a run. Stewart is on 11. He has so far faced 33 deliveries. Kotai just come in on 6 from 4 deliveries. We are in the 57th over of the innings. It's 186 for 5.
Now, when you're accustomed winning, the electricity and the tension, as we're seeing here now, Blackwood comes in.
Blackwood to Stewart. This is right up, and Stewart plays it back. Just past the bowler as he went his right to field. He picked up another single.
Yeah, and there we saw Blackwood. One of the fieldsmen seemed to be Campbell. Onto Kotai's back. He didn't want him to cross that single at all. And it has been good. The camaraderie between the two teams, it has been great, excellent. It's good to see that. And, and it has added, something more to the cricket. It's lovely to see that.
187 for 5. Blackwood around the wicket to Kotai. And again, he turned this one on the onside. Again, a comfortable single. The fielder from mid-wicket had to move to his left. and Kotai moves to 7, and the score moves to 188 for 5.
Yeah, and what he does though, because base he has been able to rotate strike, get the single, get off strike. He's a very busy player, and so he's really complementing Stewart, who is a more defensive player.
Stewart for this delivery is behind it again and just push it back to the bowler. Not complete. The 4th over ball by Blackwood. It's 4 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, no wicket. At the end of the 56th over of the inning, it's 188 for 5, the Windward Volcanoes.
Yeah, Volcanoes continue to progress. Another over where they continue to rotate the strike. Kotai and Stewart in partnership. Normally, I was making the point, Refill, that winning is something that when it becomes a habit of winning, you know how to do it. I don't think that the Windward Islands Volcanoes would have been consistently winning, because from this perspective here, it means that only one team should win this game. Some 30-odd runs, some 5 wickets to fall, but still, until that has been accomplished, you cannot say that that it's over.
Minley, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kotai. He's up over the Kotai. Kotai again, looking to turn on the onside, and again, a lot of way movement, take the outside edge and went on the offside. And not too comfortable playing that shot there. But again, Minley continued to bowl a very good line.
Yeah, that one came back into the left-handed batsman from settling of the off stump. So there's a bit of movement, and he was moving with the shot. Wasn't as still when the delivery came to him, and hence the reason why he found himself in a little bit of bother.
Minley in his 14th over, right arm around the wicket bowl to Kotai. Again, Kotai looking to play on the onside. A loud appeal, not out given there by the umpire, but again looking to turn on the onside, and the ball cutting into him, and he missed.
Yes, looking to play square on the onside, looking to go through mid-wicket. Probably should go through mid-on. But it's a bit of difficulty because Minley is getting the ball to come back into him from selling on the off stump. And Kotai looking to work him on the onside. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Minley, once again, around the wicket ball to Kotai. And then Kotai is stroking this one down to long on and picks up a single. Playing much straighter this time. And he pick up an easy single. He moves to 8. It's 189 for 5.
That's the point I'm making, Refill. Don't need to go because the long on is extended. So don't need to go through the onside square. Playing V, accumulate the singles down the ground. It is always there. It's medium pace. Yes, it's on the stumps, but you can always play straight down the ground. The single always there for the taking.
Stewart on 12 comes into strike. Again, we see the deep backward square. Going back on the boundary. There's a long leg on the boundary. Mid-wicket, mid-on. As Minley now comes over the wicket to bowl to Stewart. And this one is turned down to the deep backward square. And he picks up another easy single. 190. Stewart moves to 13. As the left-handed Kotai comes back into strike. Minley in his 14th over so far, 2 for 47.
Extraordinary cricket match, Refill. It's one we're going to remember wherever it goes. Not very often you see a team not enforcing the follow-on and probably coming back to lose a cricket match.
As Minley to the left-handed Kotai is up to the wicket ball to Kotai. Again, Kotai is playing to mid-on, short mid-on. And because Campbell, again, there's no chance of a run. And such a surface like this, Tony.
Incredible. It's just to show that new things always keep happening. The unexpected always keep happening, especially in cricket. Of course, it's only 6 deliveries to get 6 wickets. You have to also remember that.
Minley, once again, the Kotai. He's up to the wicket ball to Kotai. Again, Kotai covers up and plays it on the offside, and that's the end of his 14th over. So far, 2 for 47 with the score 190 for 5. Ballkin is trying to get it 225. Tony, after a few more comments, welcome Pastor Stephen Sawam.
Well, it's good thinking again by Minley. Last delivery, the slower delivery, a delivery he got the wicket of Andre Fletcher within the previous over. Fletcher, who would have played so well, but was deceived by the slower delivery and just cued it easily to the man at mid-wicket. Kotoy on this occasion, though, saw it, read it well, played it defensively in front of him. Extraordinary events are happening here. Good afternoon to you, Stephen.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tony. You live 15 miles away from the National Stadium, and you won't be getting home 6 o'clock tonight. Obviously not. You'll be getting home much earlier than you did yesterday afternoon. So I think everybody will be going home earlier today. Whether the match, whichever way it goes, really, all of us will be going back home much earlier. But no one would have ever dreamed about this at all. You don't score 381 runs and lose a game when you had dismissed. Hold on, we'll get back to that outside the off stump. Ball is just pushed behind square on the offside and the batsman crossed for a single. You dismiss a side for 217, beg your pardon, and you could only muster 60 in the second innings. Well, you've got reasons to lose this game. There's no way after you get 60 in the second innings that you have a right to win it. That's the best way I can put it. So
You'd have gifted the match away, really.
yeah, I certainly did.
You have handed it on a silver platter to the Volcanoes.
Here is Bryant once more. Will begin to move into the left-handed Kotoy. Taps away at the crease, looks up and sees Bryant is there, bowls. He's coming forward, drives the ball up to mid-on. They've got to hustle for the single. The return comes into the non-striker's end and then, in fact, past the non-striker's wicket. Wasn't accurate there at all with the throw, and it was cleaned up by Smith, the keeper at the far end. So one more to the total, and you could see the intention of Kotoy, just looking maybe for angles here and there and looking for where the fielder is a bit deep and would push the ball down to long off or long on, as the case may be. This is good, sensible cricket. He's got to 9. It's 192 for 5. As here is once more is Brian. Will move in now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart is jumping into back defensive shot. Plays the ball out on the offside. Lot depends on these two here to bring the Windward Islands home, or at least close to home as possible. Stewart is 14 of 38 and Kotoy 9 of 11.
Well, it's only 30 odd. It's only about 33, 34 more to get. So together, if they can just do a 30 partnership, they should be home quite nice and easy.
I love the way you put it. Here once more is Brian. Would move in now, just passing the umpire. He's there and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is in defence, correctly in defence. A ball that is on about the middle and the leg stump. And he's coming forward in that characteristic manner of it. And just push the ball back along the turf. The bowler picks up on his follow through. Just a one slip in. There is a backward point. Extra cover is a bit extended. Conventional mid-off. Long on is right back on the boundary. And that's Williams right back there. There's a mid-wicket and a long leg right back. Here once more is a delivery that is turned just behind square on the leg side. Now they've hustled for one. They will come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper's end. But Stewart is much too fast. Gets home rather comfortably. He's gone to 16. And the total is pushed on to 194 for 5.
It's good intelligent batting by Stewart. A delivery a little bit off line from Brian. Stewart just get on top of it and played it to the right of the man, backward square to the left of the man down at the long leg boundary. Took off for the first one very quickly and was able quite easily in the end to complete the second.
Yes, so they're getting closer and closer to that victory target. It's 225. Here once more is a delivery from Bryant that wrapped it on the pad. There's a appeal for leg before, not given out by the umpire. Seemed to have just doubled him over. I don't think he got it where he would like to be hit.
Yes.
That in that middle area, the part of the anatomy that is the most delicate area, and you don't want to be hit there at all. I know that so many players, at whatever level you play, you had to be hit in that middle area, and he's gone down for the count.
Well, he's a short man, decent shout, but I think he's going to beat leg stump because he's been bowling, he's been pitching it between middle, just around middle and leg. The last delivery, Stewart was able to get on top of it. This one, he missed it, but he was clearly beaten leg stump, and the umpire quite rightly said it was not out. Being struck just above the pad roll, just under the groin region there. Seemed to be in a bit of discomfort, but no call for the physio or anything, so obviously he's okay.
You've never been hit there, have you?
I can't remember being hit there.
Okay, you're one of the rare cases, I can tell you. Being hit there once in my cricket experience.
Should remember that, though.
Oh, yeah. Saw stars. Here is a delivery that is driven. Nice shot just outside the off stump. Opens the face of the bat. Glides the ball down to third man. Backward point, rather. And will get 2 runs. Blackwood giving chase. 2 runs to Kotoy, who came forward and opens the face of the bat. It wasn't an iffy shot. It was confidently played to the left of the fielder at gully. And he got 2. So Kotoy has gone to double figures. Now he's got to 11. And the total has moved on to 196 for 5. Just walks away to the square leg area. That's one of the things that he does to maintain concentration. He will walk away to square leg and maybe have a little chat with himself and come back. All of that to ensure that the concentration is not broken. Taps away at the crease once more is Kotoy. Here he is once more is Mindley up to the wicket and bowls, and he turns it just behind square, but this time he can't score. The ball is travelling much too quickly. O'Rain Williams is feeling just to the left of the square leg umpire and threatens to throw the wicket down. But Kotoy quite wisely remained stationed in his crease. The total remains on 196 for 5.
Very good at working on the angle. That's Kotoy. I made the point that he's due to fail, Stephen. And from a women's perspective, hopefully he doesn't fail in this game.
Yeah, I know. He really has batted very well. Here is Mindley in now and bowls, and he's driving well. That's a fine shot. That's a marvellous shot. It's going to go all the way for 4. It was pitched up outside the off stump, and the left-handed batsman came forward, drove it sweetly. It went all along the carpet. From the moment it left the bat, there was 4 written all over it, and the fielder from mid-off really went after it, couldn't pull it back. 4 runs. The Volcanoes 200 being posted now. 352 balls, 245 minutes, and that was an absolutely marvellous extra cover drive.
Glorious, exquisite, lovely shot off the front foot. Not really half volley, pleased through the line, found the gap, and that was the important thing. Chase to the boundary to no avail. 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, it was pleasing to everything, pleasing to the eyes, the bat, the hands, everything. Here's Mindley once more in, bowls, coming forward, no ball. The umpire has signaled. Just guilty of overstepping there is Mindley. So 1 more to the total, which is now gone on to 200 and maybe 201. It's not brought up as yet. Kotoy is 15 and Stewart is 16. It's now being posted there on the electronic official scoreboard, 201 for 5. So just 24 more needed as Mindley moves in once more to bowl to Kotoy, who to this delivery is clipping that nicely down to the fine leg area. Will get a single. There is a man posted down there on the boundary. That's Gordon Bryant. And since the return to the keeper, Smith, doing good service. 1 more to the total has gone to 202. And both batsmen now on 16.
At this juncture, Stephen, it's not yet over. I said to Rayfield Cooney, I had a long discussion with Alex King last night. He follows you completely, Volcanoes cricket. And I think he assessed the situation quite well last night when we spoke. And exactly what we spoke about, that's what we see being manipulated here today.
Yeah, but I think it's really refreshing because usually you see the Windwards capitulating and breaking under pressure. Not in this game. They've really held their heads pretty well as Mindley comes in to bowl to Stewart. And Stewart is coming forward and quite easily and in a compact manner plays the ball efficaciously out to mid-off, picked up there, and there is no run. The total remains on 202 for 5.
I made a point early this morning that Jamaica will lost, if they are going to lose these games, will be purely mental. Nothing to do with the wicket, nothing to do with the ability to perform, but pressure mental pressure basically is what has brought them to this position.
Mindley from the far end in bright sunshine leans forward, begins to straighten his approach. He's there now, bows to Stewart. Stewart gets a short delivery that he handles very well, tucks it down to long leg as the fielder comes off the boundary. That's Bryant, and picks up, sends the return to Smith, and that completes the over. Stewart, Emmanuel Stewart, he's gone to 17, 43 deliveries he has faced, 203 for 5, 59 overs gone in the innings so far, and mainly 15 overs, 2 maidens. He's picked up 2 for 56.
But with the equation now being some 22 runs for the Volcanoes to get to victory, the body language of the Scorpions players, when they came after lunch, you heard a lot of chirping, still thought that they were in with a chance. The wicket of Andre Fletcher, of course, would have inspired them a bit. But now Cotter is coming again, another 23-run partnership with Emmanuel Stewart, very busy, and seemingly would have taken out the spark from them. Still, some 22 to go. It's not yet over, but if they had to get a breakthrough, it has to be now.
Yeah, you're sure right. It's almost now or never, as Harty will replace Gordon from the northern Odabo end. Harty, who has bowled very well, he's had a pretty decent match, and he's going to be bowling to Emmanuel Stewart, the right-hander. And but there's been a good spirit, I must admit, Tony, throughout the match so far.
Yes, the camaraderie has been excellent. Has been so.
Harty's in and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward, turning it up on the onside. It was airborne for a little while. And just to the right of the fielder there, Orain Williams fielding at forward leg. So it was a little close call there for Stewart. Harty rung the wicket in and bowls to Stewart. Stewart comes forward, pushes the ball back along the top. There's a beautiful leg before, but didn't look just like pad to me at all. There must have been some bat attached to that one.
Yes.
Stewart just squeezing the perspiration from off the helmet, the sponge area in the helmet, as Harty's in now and bowls to Stewart outside the off-stop piece of the back foot and hits the ball out to cover, squarish cover. Williams, that's Alwyn, this time goes across to his right, picks the ball up and sends the ball back to Harty, who is into his 16th over. He's picked up 2 for 48. He's bowled well from the northern end in now and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward and drives well, but can't pierce the off-side field. The ball going up to mid-on. Bonner is there, fields the ball.
And it's something we've noticed with these young players. They're driving well, but just driving a lot straight to the fieldsman most of the time.
Yeah, it's not really getting angles. Harty's in and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward. Bat and pad close together. Ball pitched just about the middle of the next stump. Pushed it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow-through. Harty goes back in great consternation. He's concentrating as much as he can in brilliant sunshine. Moves in. Left arm orthodox. Round the wicket. Passes the umpire now and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward again. This time the ball is played back along the track. And he didn't have to move left or right. The ball came right in his path. So that completes the over. And that's a maiden over there bowled by Harty. And equally to the task was Stewart. And it really doesn't matter really too much, Tony. It's not how quickly you get the runs. Important thing is that the rounds are get.
Yeah, well, I think that Stewart and Cotter, they have been doing the right thing. Respect the decent deliveries. Harty had a very decent over. One delivery, Stewart was off the back for trying to pierce the cover, didn't find the gap. But by and large, doing the right thing. It's only 22 runs to get. The confidence level should be very high. Emmanuel Stewart, he has been there out for a while, and Cotter joining him. He has been playing quite well. So they should be quite confident, knowing that once they spend another half an hour out there, the two of them, they should be home.
Yeah, and they're doing the right thing too. They're meeting in the mid-pitch and having a conversation. That's so very important. And they need to be saying to each other, look, we're not far away from home. We're a short distance from home. We can't afford to mess this up. We're in a very good position, a very strong position. and an opportunity to take full points in this match. So let's keep it as simple as possible. 203. There need to be another 22 runs for victory. And the Windward Volcanoes, they could feel very satisfied, at least up to this point, that particularly in the second try at the Jamaican in terms of bowling, they've done very well. Kotoy is going to be facing up. Merchant is in fact called into the attack and replacing Mindley from the far end. So here is Merchant, round the wicket, and he's going to move into bowl to Kotoy, who is on 16. Here he is now and bowls, and Kotoy is off the back foot, turns the ball out to mid wicket. Can't score, the ball travelling too quickly to the players and straight to the player too. Total remains on 203 for 5. Here once more is Merchant, moves in from the far end, round the wicket. He's there now and bowls, and Kotoy is off the back foot looking to square cut that one. Doesn't make contact, and Smith collects behind the stumps. Well, we had Harty there who's feeling at a backward point, and he was there at the ready to go to his right or left as the case may be, in anticipation that ball may have come to him. It didn't, as here once more is Merchant in now to bowl to Kotoy, who comes forward and plays the ball up to long on, and they just simply trot a single. So one more to his total. Kotoy has now gone on to 17. Both batsmen are on 17, but in contrasting amount of deliveries that they have faced, the total has moved to 204 for 5.
Yes, you cannot keep him quiet, Kotoy. He's in such excellent form, striking the ball quite nicely, smoothly, in the middle of the bat. And it's like I say, he's complimenting Emmanuel Stewart, who is 17 from 49. Kotoy is already 17 up 19. So that gives you an indicator in terms of how well he's playing.
Yes, he's really playing beautifully. And I think here's a young man who should really think hard and work hard at his game to develop himself into a very good all-rounder. He needs to work on his bowling though, Tony.
He needs to work on his bowling, and that's the only area I think that, because his batting has come leaps and bounds.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Here is Merchant moving in now. He's there on balls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward and pushing the ball out on the onside. It's picked up there at short mid-on. The total remains on 204 for 5. Yes, he was known more so for bowling, Tony, wasn't he?
Of course he was.
No, he seemed to be known more for batting. Merchant is in now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward, plays the ball out in front of him on the offside with no aggressive intention. Dot ball, total remains on 204 for 5, and both batsmen remain on 17.
I love cricketers who like to feel, and I'll give you something about that in a while.
Yes. Here he is once more, is Merchant. In now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart with the bat suspended. He's there, turns it out on the onside just in front of him. Ball picked up at forward leg. The over comes to an end. That was a dot delivery. 204 for 5. Both batsmen on 17, and 61 overs gone in the innings.
The first time I saw Dwayne Bravo, it was in a game here versus the Windward Islands. Phil Simmons was the coach of the Trinidad team, and one thing that stood out for me is that he was animated on the field.
Yes.
I remember him running and trying to save every single. I said to Urias Peters, there is a young guy, and he's going to go find cricket. He loves the field. He can feel, and he's enjoying his cricket. Kotoy has a similar sort of way he goes about his cricket. Loves to feel, excellent fieldsman, carries that with his confidence into his batting. And like you say, Stevenson, the only thing he needs to do now is to work on his bowling, work hard on his bowling. Once he can do that, the Windwards, Volcanoes, and probably the region should have a real good cricketer to look forward to.
Yeah, you talk about doing Bravo, of course. I was doing commentary at Garakara Park, and that was the first 100 that he had scored in first-class cricket. And it was against, interestingly, the Windward Islands. Harty moves in now, and he bowls a Kotoy, who comes forward and pushes the ball out to Palmer, who comes in from mid-off, and there is no run. I looked at him then, and he really batted very well. In addition to that, he swung the ball pretty well, so one thought that he was going to turn out to be something special. Harty's in, down the track is Kotoy, who really got a long way down, and I think the bowler saw him coming, just made sure that the trajectory was not high, just pulled it down a bit, and Kotoy could do no more than push it in front of him on the onside. Here is Kotoy now facing up to Harty. Harty bowls one down the leg side. He looking to spang that down to backward square. Doesn't make contact from what I gather here. Let's see what the umpire would say. That's correct. The ball did cannon into the pad and went behind the leg slip area, and the batsman had time to cross for one leg by. So extras have now gone on to 12, and the total is pushed on to 205 for 5.
Should be a little bit disappointed, but the ball did come onto him a little bit quicker than he anticipated, because once he got past that man at the back of square there, it was going to be 4 runs.
Harty's in now, and bowls to Stewart. Stewart is down the track and driving. Will get a single. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the non-strikers end. There will in fact be a bit of overthrow here as it's backed up down at long leg. So maybe a little bit of a messy cricket. That should have really have been backed up in the outfield. The ball was driven down to mid-off, and Bonner came in very quickly, picked it up well, and shied at the non-strikers end, missed everything. And the other fielders that should have been backing up didn't back up very well, and they came back for the second run. Total has gone to 207 for 5, Tony.
Sorry, Stephen. Interesting thing is that the spectacle of the spectators who were here was really shortened for them to take the extra one that went down for the overthrow.
Here is Harty in now and bowls to Stewart. Stewart turned that out on the onside. No, that was a dangerous shot there. He didn't get over that one at all. The ball was pitched on about the leg stump, and he was looking to turn it, maybe just behind square for the single. The ball took maybe the top portion of the bat and spiraled out on the onside, but it fell in fact in no man's land. And all is well that ends well, 207 for 5.
Yes, I think the man at mid wicket, a little bit slow of the track, and again it's all mental, and we come back to that again when we speak about why the game is in this position, because it's all really mental. It has nothing to do with the practicality of things, but in terms of what is happening in the player's mind. How can the Scorpions find themselves in this position? Hattie comes in,
and he's there and bowls to Stewart. Stewart comes forward and pushes the ball out in front of him on the offside. The ball goes out across to Alwyn Williams, who picks it up. The over comes to an end. At the end of it, Stewart is 19, 17 to Kotoy, 207 for 5. And Tony, during the course of the over, you did talk about Dwayne Bravo, who was an outstanding fielder. And at the time, I think you said it was Simmons, who was the coach at the time, Phil Simmons. But Phil Simmons himself was a marvelous fielder, wasn't he?
Yes, well, the players from yesteryear took pride in the feeling, whether it was a Clive Lloyd who was excellent in the covers and then became an excellent statesman. Remember, the West Indies won the World Cup, the very first World Cup. Viv Richards ran out both Ian and Greg Chappell.
Yes, fielding in that straight mid-wicket area.
That gives you an indicator in terms of how important fielding was to these cricketers, because fielding really actually complemented your game also as a fieldsman, as a batsman, helps you with your foot movements, your speed, as Merchant comes in.
Yeah, he's going to bowl to Kotoy. We'll continue this discussion about fielding and some of the great fielders of the past. He's in now and bowls to Kotoy down the track and doesn't cue it very well. He was looking for that long on area, and the ball took the inner portion of the bat and went out on the onside dot ball. So we can think about, you said, Clive Lloyd, who in his earlier days was fielding in the cover area, and very few things passed him. Here once more is Merchant. He's in now and bowls to Kotoy, who is coming forward. That's not where he wanted to hit it, but it goes out to Blackwood at extra cover, and there is no run. Then we had Fahoud Bacchus. He was also brilliant in the field. There was no question about it, and also very good at forward shot leg too. He really was good. Here once more is Merchant from the far end and comes in now to bowl to Kotoy, who to this delivery is coming forward and driving the ball but can't pierce the field. The ball goes straight to mid-wicket, and again there is a dot ball established there. Bonner picks the ball up for the second time in the over. Total remains on 207 for 5.
Of course, you remember Haroon Rashid,
Oh,
patrol covers for Pakistan.
he was brilliant, wasn't he? Here's Merchant in now, bowls. The ball is clipped down to long on, will get a single. So one more to his total. Kotoy is now gone on to 18. The total has gone to 208 for 5. Yes, remember the good old days when we will all pattern ourselves after those brilliant players, and some would say that I'm Roger Harper. Somebody would say I'm Harun Rashid. And all of these were great fielders who prided themselves in the game and loved the game very much. Gus Logie, brilliant, especially in the forward leg area. He was just outstanding. He probably was maybe the all-time best forward short leg fielder. He was so good. Here's Merchant moving in now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward, taps the ball in front of him. The bowler picks up on his follow-through, and there is no run. So Jonty Rhodes, South Africa. Paul Collingwood of England. These were Herschel Gibbs also. Rhodes was much better than Gibbs in my humble opinion.
Yeah, Rhodes got off the mark very quickly.
Oh yes, these were such outstanding fielders. Here once more is Merchant in and Moses. So it's on the track and driving out to mid-off. He used his feet there but couldn't beat Bonner. And the ball just knocked down and parried, but the batsman couldn't cross for a single. The over comes to an end, and after 63 overs in the innings, 208 for 5, 18 to Kotoy, 19 to Stott, and Merchant 14 overs, 4 maidens, picked up 1 for 33.
Yes, well, some 17 more runs needed for victory by the Volcanoes, and I would like to extend the conversation we had as it relates to the mental aspect of sports, and as it relates to this particular game. The wicket is still excellent, as we've been discussing throughout the course of the game. Nothing is wrong with the wicket, but the Scorpions became very complacent yesterday after they did not enforce the follow-on. They came out yesterday probably just looking for a knock, found themselves at 14 for the loss of 4 wickets, and panicked, and essentially the Windward Islands, at the end of the day, with some 40 overs to go, who thought they had no chance in this game, found themselves with 225 to score with some 40 overs in an entire day. They themselves panicked, especially with the loss of Devon Smith's wicket after the first delivery. Henry, you had Fletcher yesterday scoring some 7 runs off some 50-odd deliveries. That's not Fletcher's game. Fletcher is naturally a run machine, an attacking player who beats the ball. This morning, as Alex King was mentioning from New York last night to me, together with Ambris, they came out, they were extremely positive, and that made the difference. Deliveries, they were poking yesterday, they were coming on the track, playing through the line. That's the natural game, and that's the difference. So you find now that the Scorpions, complacency, panic stepped in yesterday. They were dismissed for 60 because the 4 top batters got out pretty early. Recognizing the fact that the middle order is not very strong, with Merchant and the other guys coming down in the lower order at 16 for 4, panic stepped in the camp, thought process went astray, confidence left, the Scorpions was bowled out for 60.
Yeah, and even if the magic total turned out to be 225, I think the Scorpions still would have felt so deflated and disappointed with themselves. They didn't have the sort of impetus and the sort of energy and the sort of drive to push themselves out and to really play hard and come hard at the Windward Islands. And in my humble opinion, especially as they did get the wicket of Devon Smith, which was a prize wicket yesterday, they could have been a little bit more aggressive in their approach. But I think this is also good, Tony, for the Windward Islands. Their prize batsman and the statesman, so to speak, Devon Smith, he went first yesterday. Now, he traditionally has been the one to hold the innings together, and the rest of the players tend to bat around him. With him having gone, this was, in my humble opinion, a big challenge now for the rest of the Windward Islands players to say, you know what, it is time for us to step up on the plate. Our chief batsman is gone. We cannot give up arms and say, well, the captain is all gone. We're soldiers and we've got a battle to be won. Let's go there and fight it. And that's why I particularly like these two. These two who are contrasting handedness. One is right-handed, of course, in Emmanuel Stewart, and then you have Kotoy, who is left-handed. Now, Kotoy will tend to want to get after you. So it means, therefore, that the bowlers would be a little concerned in trying to contain him. And while they're doing that, you've got Stewart, who will nudge and nurdle and push the ball down to long on and long off, as the case may be. And before you look at it, they're put on a partnership of 28.
Exactly, because all the matches that we've seen here, Guyana and all of this one, the focus was on partnerships, and I kept mentioning that partnerships crucial. The wicket, excellent. You can bat on this next year, as far as I'm concerned. But if you look at all the matches, it was all about partnership. The Scorpions never had a partnership in their second inning. Ambris and Fletcher put on some 98 this morning. That was the difference.
Yes.
Partnership works. Once you get in as a batsman on this surface, you should score runs.
And Tony, we probably will talk a little bit about this as Harty gets ready to bowl to Kotoy and the dynamics. What are some of the dynamics of a partnership in terms of the orchestration of a partnership? What are involved in what you may call ideal partnership?
Well, first of all, there has to be understanding between the two players. Communication has to be key as Harty comes in.
Harty is in and bowls to Kotoy, who comes forward and pushes it out to mid-off. Palmer picks up and there is no run.
Recognize your strengths and your weaknesses, so you know the strengths and the weaknesses of the other batter. Your communication has to be constant. Your goal as Harty comes in.
Harty's in and bowls, and Kotoy is clipping that up to mid-wicket. Good diving save there by the mid-wicket fielder. If that had gone past him, they may well have gotten two. But Williams really dived very quickly to his right and cut that off. That's Alwyn Williams. Here once more is Harty's in and bowls, and Kotoy is off the back foot. He should have been on the front foot there. Got it out to forward leg. But there is no run. The total remains on 208 for 5.
Yes, your goal has to be specific and clear, because you must set goals. Even in partnership, you must set goals. So that has to be clear.
Harty's in to bowl to Kotoy, who clips that through mid-wicket. Still can't score. Can't beat the fielder across. That's Alwyn Williams running across to his left. Made good coverage and very quick coverage indeed.
Just remember, 90% of the sport is being played in your mind, in your head. So your goals must be clear. You must know what your objectives are as Harty comes in.
And he's just about there now. Bowls, and he's coming. Oh, left that alone outside the off stump. Oh, that was interesting delivery. One that really came back an extraordinarily long way. That was an extraordinary delivery. Quite extraordinary. Now,
Yes,
where
sir.
did that come from?
Pitch a bit in the rough. And Kotoy, because it's pitch wide off stump, but there's a bit of rough there from someone. This is the 4th day.
Yeah, but even more interesting, Tony, he's coming from round the wicket. Ooh. Here's Harty in now and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy is coming forward and plays the ball out to Blackwood, who's feeling there. That's Campbell, feeling that extra cover. The over comes to an end, and that was a maiden over there, bowled by Harty.
So, for example, Stephen, this morning with Ambris and Fletcher, they're both attacking players. Yeah. At one stage it was head and head, 40-40, 40-40. Because what they both do, they complement each other well. Running between the wickets is also key. Your ability to get off strike. You must also understand your partner's weaknesses and his strengths. So you know sometimes that, okay, I will have to take strike now. He's probably not up to it. So all those things are things that must be measured in the mind. Yeah, and then you try to put the thought process now into practice on the field in terms of your implementation. And so it's those little things that augurs well for good partnerships.
Yeah, and sometimes there are some bowlers that one batsman feel a little bit more comfortable with, as you know, against another bowler, and then your partner might be better at facing him. All of those are dynamics of good partnership. We hope that there are some youngsters who are listening here to Tony Dixon, who's been around for a long time. Here is Merchant, comes in now to bowl to Stewart, and Stewart is turning that, looking to turn that out on the leg side of the field, cut behind, not out, says the umpire. And Stewart, in fact, seemed to be unconcerned, just lift the bat and turn his back on the play, if you want to put it that way. So it's 208 for 5. Down the leg side, looking to tickle that down to fine leg. Didn't make contact. The appeal went up for a cut behind. Smith, in fact, began to jump up as if he was very certain he got a nick onto it. Here is Merchant once more from the far end. Passes the umpire there now. And the bowls to Stewart. Stewart is turning that. That's what he was looking to get, down to fine leg. Now they've hustled for one. We'll come back for the second. Harty's after it. We'll send the return now to the keeper. It's a good one. Just brings him forward. Just a trifle. And the batsman crossed for 2. So he's gone to 21, is Stewart, and the total has moved on to 210 now for 5, which means that they're just 15 runs away. Is that right?
Yes, just 15 away, and you have to compliment Stewart, who, after the loss of Andre Fletcher's wicket, took the onus upon himself to guide the innings together with the bottom half of the batting. Now, Qatar is there. I spoke of partnership 30-40. It's a 30-1 partnership now.
Yeah, and they've done so relatively easy. Here's Merchant in now, bowls to Stewart. Stewart is coming forward, pushes the ball in front of him with no aggressive intention, just pats it in a defensive manner. In comes Campbell, picks the ball up. He will be very disappointed, the captain. Didn't produce with the bat in this match, and maybe not marshalling his poses as well as he should.
Well, I think he had a good opportunity to bat twice on the surface, and would be disappointed he didn't cash in.
Merchant is in now to bowl to Stewart, and Stewart is turning that. Look at the turn it up on the onside. There was a stifled appeal for like before. There is no great. It's not an animated appeal, one that went up with no great conviction at all. Total remains on 210 for 5. Stewart is 21.
Yes, because all the decent batsmen who we have seen here in the two matches, the Barnwells, the Johnsons, the Devon Smith, the Palmers, once you get in there,
It's hard to get out.
It's hard to get out. You have to gift yourself out.
Here once more is Merchant is in and bowls to Stewart. Stewart opens the face of the bat, glides the ball down to backward point. Blackwood runs around rather quickly, but can't prevent the batsman from getting the single. So one more to Stewart, who's now gone to 22, and the total has moved to 211 for 5, brings the left-handed Kotoy, who's 18 of 32, now into strike.
Because the pitch is so good that complacency can step in. That's what happened to Campbell. Bad shot selection, gift his wicket away, wasn't able to make amends out on a surface that is offering so much assistance to the batsman, because complacency, because it's so easy, stepped in.
Yeah, Merchant in to bowl to Kotoy, and to this delivery he is coming forward and driving the ball up to long on, will get a comfortable single. Now you looked at the body language of Campbell as if to say this is so easy. There was a sort of casual approach to his batting.
Very casual.
You didn't see anything tight about it. Now, it's a different from being very, very tight and very, very casual. And being relaxed doesn't necessarily mean that you're casual. And I felt that there was just too much of a casual demeanor in his body, and it didn't augur very well in the end.
All the batsmen who would have scored runs here worked hard, whether it was Devon Smith's 147 not out, Kevin Hodge's 101 not out, whether it was Johnson's 189 or Manuel's 100 or Palmer's 100 or Barner's 100. They all worked hard, despite the fact that the surface is offering them assistance. But you still got to put in the hard work. Yes. You would not get out there and just score runs because the surface is good. You have to execute. You have to execute out there. And the Scorpions did not do that. And hence the reason why they're in this position.
Well, there are so many lessons to be taught and or learned in life. As Harty would move in, they would obviously learn from this. In now and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy is getting one that is onto the line of the leg stump. It's not about a single, they've got to hurry. And the return comes in. Did he get there? Let's see what the umpire says. The umpire says not out. Oh, he was meandering down the pitch, and Stewart sent him back. He had to dive his way back. The return came in. The bails were taken off by the keeper, Smith, and I think everybody is just about saying, hey, that should have been run out. Umpire Dayton Butler said, no, not out.
No, well, I think he got in. He put in the dive, may have hurt himself also. I hope that he has not pulled a hamstring or something, but he's not very comfortable because he put in the dive. And the players with their hands on their heads, but the umpire said that it was not out. And that's what happens because it was not Kotoy's call. It's a lapse in concentration. That was behind him. That's Emmanuel Stewart's call.
That's correct.
But he was scampering down the wicket ball watching, and Stewart was not going anywhere because it was not his call. And those are the things, again, in partnerships that are so important. You need to know when it's your call, when it's not your call. Because in this position, that's Stewart's call. But Kotoy was the one who played the shot and came scampering down the wicket. Added to that, Stewart would have been the one running to the danger end. And those are all little things when you're lapsing concentration that comes to bear. Hopefully Kotoy should be okay. No harm done to him, and the game will proceed. But all those little things, the things that ensures or makes the difference between success and failure.
Yeah, so it means that you've got to be concentrating all the time, and you've got to be intelligent when you're playing any sport. If you're going to get to the highest, it won't be just mere natural athleticism. It all depends on how intelligent you are. That is fundamental to success. And when I'm talking about intelligence, it's not just about academic intelligence here. I think whatever sport you play, if you're a footballer, you've got to have football intelligence. If you're a cricketer, then you've got to have cricket intelligence. If you're a farmer, then you've got to have farming intelligence. Am I right, Tony?
Of course,
you'll agree with that, won't you?
You must have farming intelligence.
212 for 5, 22 to Stewart. He's at the non-striker's end. Kotoy facing his 19. As here is Harty in now and bowls, and Kotoy comes forward, drives the ball back to the bowler, who just catches it and drops it in front of him. Total remains on 212 for 5. So just 13 more for victory. As Harty comes in now to bowl to Kotoy. Kotoy is coming forward and looking to cut. There's an appeal for cut behind. Not out, says the umpire. I think Kotoy is saying, well, golly, I didn't play it. You look at his left hand and to say, well, why are you appealing? I didn't play that. But the infielders, they were jumping and asking, how is that? Well, I'm sure that the umpire may have something to say, maybe to the match referee. We hope that no dissension is being showed out there. It's 212 for 5.
He shook his head. He said not out.
You got to accept that, don't you? Harty with just a one slip in backward point, extra cover mid-off. And there is a long on, mid-wicket, and a backward square, moves in now, bowls, and Kotoy is just standing tall, pushes the ball out to mid-on. The bowler was running across to his left on his follow-through, but didn't manage to cut it off, and Alwyn Williams having to come across to his right, did the mopping up in the end, but the batsman didn't attempt a single. Total remains on 212 for 5. Here once was Harty. Moves in now and bowls. Down the track is Kotoy, and not to the pitch of it. They won't get the single. I think that Dennis Smith didn't collect that very well. But he came down the track, dancing down the track, missed everything, and the ball was a little bit on the wide side. Smith didn't collect it, and it beat everything, and then went down to a shot third man area. Oh, Blackwood having to run back then.
I was pretty unsighted there. This was a strange looking incident there, really. I thought he got an edge to it, but apparently he missed it completely.
Yeah.
And Smith couldn't initiate the stumping.
Yeah, you got to be so very careful when you're moving down the track. If you move too early, the bowler can see you coming and can pitch it a little wide. And I've seen many a batsman stumped. Here is Harty in now and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy comes forward, does the better thing, pushes the ball up to long on, gets a comfortable single. Nothing dramatic. Bonner comes off the boundary and sends a stiff return to the keeper's end. So one more to Kotoy, who after playing a rather risky, dangerous shot there, he's gone to 20 at the end of the over. He'll be taking strike 66 overs gone in so far, 213 for 5. And Harty, 19 over 6 maidens. He's picked up 2 for 51.
Yes, he's bowled well. The game continues to meander under the hot, excruciating sun out there. It is so beautiful. Such a lovely Sunday afternoon here at the National Stadium. These two teams engage in battle. Of course, the Volcanoes are needing not many more, some probably 12, 13 runs to ensure victory. And the Scorpions still trying to deny them that. But the writing seems to be on the wall. Good partnership again, some 33 runs by these two. And seems as though the Volcanoes should emerge victors. Some 5 wickets to fall, less than 15 runs. And there should be only one winner.
Yeah, so it's going to be Merchant again, continuing from the far end. He's going to be moving in now to bowl to Kotoy. Here he is now, bowls to Kotoy, who is standing tall and plays the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Well, Kotoy is the kind of player who would just say, you know what, I can hit this in 2 blows and get home. But he's much more sedate and quiet today as Merchant moves in now to bowl to Kotoy, who is coming forward and turns the ball down to Alexi Beira. They've got to hurry, and Stewart, in fact, got off the mark rather quickly, and that's why he got home without much of a problem, not much of a trouble, not much of a challenge. One more to the total, who's gone to 214. Cotoy has gone to 20. Stewart is 22, comes into strike.
That's the point I was making. That's Emmanuel Stewart's call. He's running to the danger end. He knows he can make it. That's his call. Cotter is running to the other end, and he made it quite easily in the end.
Yeah, besides that, the ball is behind the back of Cotoy, so it is the person who's looking from the far end that will be able to see what's taking place behind. Those are the fundamentals that any aspiring cricketer would want to look at. And even if you're a professional, that's still the basic rule. As Merchant comes in now to bowl to Stewart. Here he is, and Stewart is coming forward and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow-through. He remains on 22 is 214 for 5. So the news is that we're all going to be home much earlier this afternoon. Here he is once more, is Merchant from the far end. Passes on Bob Butler. He's in now and bowls, and Stewart comes forward easily, just pushes the ball out to mid-off. They seem to be taking eternity to get these these last 11 or so runs, really.
But I also think that they would not want Ryan John and Mr. McSween and others to have the opportunity of being out there.
Oh, somebody would have just come out and hit a mighty 6. Here is once more Merchant in and bowls, and there's a diving attempt. There's an appeal for caught. That he's gone. There he goes. Good diving catch. It might be Blackwood. I'm not sure. It might be him or Orain Williams. That was a good delivery, one that had a little bit of bounce attached to it. And he played off the back foot, that Stewart. And the fielder there at forward leg really dived for all his worth and really pulled off a great catch. Might well be Blackwood. And so he's gone. Emmanuel Stewart is gone. Cut at forward chuck leg. He's gone for 22. And the total, Williams, in fact, Orain Williams, who might well have taken that catch. And so he's gone, caught by Williams of the bowling of Merchant. He's gone for 22, is 214 for 6.
Yes, we just was making the point that Emmanuel Stewart would not want Ryan John and the others to be out there. That was not to be. On the back foot, a little bit sedative. He's a collector of runs, really. The ball bounced on him a bit. It was uncomfortable to keep it down. Probably would have taken the glove, and the man at forward shot leg put in the dive and came up with a good catch in the end. So that's the breakthrough that they were looking for. They now have an opportunity to bowl at the last bowling all-rounder. I would like to call John. I would like to describe him as a bowling all-rounder. Of course, he can bat. But they still think that they probably might have a chance. I don't think so. I think the equation is quite simple. It's 11 with 4 wickets to fall. And I still think, despite that wicket of Emmanuel Stewart, I think the damage has already been done.
Yeah, Tony. There's the old-fashioned cliche of a game of glorious uncertainties. If you remember that it was Courtly Ambrose who got 7 for 1.
With
that 1992-93 series, and of course you will say, "Oh, that's Courtly Ambrose. You could expect anything from him."
Well, that's cricket.
That's cricket.
Only 6 deliveries to get 6 wickets.
Oh no, it's a
and
strange
we only
thing.
have 4.
So there we go. So Merchant is going to move into bowl to John. John looks around the field. He sees that there is a slip, forward leg slip in the shallow. The keeper goes down, and he has an opportunity to be something of a hero here. Here's Merchant in now and bowls to John. John, he doesn't bowl to John. He will go back. Just wonder what might be going through the mind of Merchant now. Maybe just putting a little bit more of an intrigue and pressure and tension. Here he is now, once more, is Merchant in and bowls to John. John is coming forward, plays the ball in front of him on the offside, and that completes the over. At the end of the over, John is yet to score, just the one delivery he has faced, 30 to Cotoy, and that was a wicket maiden there, bowled by Merchant, And what a time to pick up a wicket.
Yes, Steve. Good over by Merchant. Made no wicket. Got the wicket of Emmanuel Stewart, whom we had playing off the back foot, caught that forward short leg. And it just goes to show how mental this game is. Stewart and Kotoy batting well. You wondering when are they going to get it? Suddenly, Stewart gets out. John comes in. He's crowded. It looks a different cricket match. It's the same off spinner he's bowling on the same surface, but again, in the mind, it seems as if he's doing magic. And again, so it's so much mental. The Stewart and Kotoy, of course, they were playing quite nicely, but suddenly the wicket falls and the pressure steps in.
Yes, pressure. Anybody going to yield to it? Here is Hearty bowls. He is pushing a ball up to long on, gets a comfortable single as the fielder there was Alwyn Williams, who ran across from mid-wicket but couldn't collect the ball, couldn't stop it rather. The ball went down to long on for Bonner to pick up. So one more to Kotoy has got to 21, 250 now for 6. So 10 needed for victory. Hearty with a slip in, backward point, sweeper out rather, extra cover, mid off, mid on, moves in now to bowl to John. John is wrapped on the pad. There is a appeal for leg before. Got him gone. When it looked adjacent from here, that was on the line of the leg stump. And he went onto the back foot. Now, how dare he go on the back foot? And there he's gone. So John has gone leg before for a golden duck. And he comes back rather disconsolately. Well, there is Kotoy. He passed Kotoy, and Kotoy didn't have a word to say to him. He just put his head down and allowed John to pass back, but he should have been pushing out on the front foot.
It's all mental. It's 11 runs to go, and there's still, when you're not accustomed to winning, that's what happened. It's only 11 runs. It's 4 wickets to fall, and the batters are coming in and they're tentative to score 11 runs. That's the problem, because it's easy, normal game, he can bat, but in his mind, he's under pressure. He's not under pressure. It's only 11 runs. It's 4 wickets. Normal game, very normal game. Because if you cannot get home from here, and if you're under pressure from here, then you're not going to be able to absorb bigger pressure. So I'm just making the point. It's the same deliveries Hearty is bowling there. Nothing is different. Nothing is different. However, the mental state of mind with 11 to go, and they have lost 2 wickets in succession. And we have seen wickets falling continuously once they start to fall. But at this juncture, the batsmen have to be positive. Just get it off. Just finish it.
So Ken Demba comes out. He would have to go into the mold of performing something destined to heroism. And if he can hang around there to get another 10 runs, then I'm sure that he'll be mobbed, congratulated, heralded as one who would have played his role to ensure that the Windwards win what is turning out to be quite a dramatic match. 215 for 7. Kotoy looks on from the non-strikers end. He's 21. Now, a lot depends on him, and a lot depends also on these other 2 batsmen after these to come. Here is Hearty. He has picked up 3 for 52. Will move in to bowl to Demba. Here he is now and bowls. Demba is wrapped on the pad. There is an appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. That was obviously slanting down the leg side. But there was the ahs and the oohs. And they're going to crowd him now. He's got a slip in. Jermaine Blackwood is there in the slip cordon. There's a forward short leg. There's a silly mid-off. Then there is a backward point. Extra cover is just around the 30-yard, around the 25-yard area. Bonner is there at mid-on, moves in once more, is Hearty and bowls, and he's driving back to the bowler, who gets a good bounce. Didn't really grasp it all that well. The ball spilled from his hand, but no harm done as it just ricocheted out on the onside of the wicket. Total remains on 215 for 7. 10 to go, but it looks more like though it's 50 to go. Here he is, bowls, one that is flatter. Onto the back foot he goes, pushes the ball out, just passing, O'Rain Williams, who is feeling under the bat, took a very good catch to dismiss Emmanuel Stewart. The ball ended up going out to mid-wicket. Total remains on 215 for 5. This is the last delivery in this over, and Qatar would be looking with great interest to see what Demba would do with this one. Here is Harty in and bowls to Demba. Demba is off the back foot, gets an innocuous delivery that he plays in a rather casual, easy, meticulous manner, pushes the ball out on the outside. The bowler picks up on his follow through and then sends the ball out to Bonner, who obviously will, in consultation with the skipper, decide who's going to bowl that next over. And at the end of it, 215 for 7. Qatar is 21. He'll be taking strike. That's going to be an important over coming up.
Well, it's going to be Merchant. He is the one, he's getting wickets and he has been bowling well. This is academic against Stephen. It's 11 runs, it's 4 wickets to fall, but they're not accustomed to winning cricket matches. And they're making really, this game in particular, you must back yourself. You must back yourself when you're playing any sport, and play your natural game. That is not happening because they're not backing themselves. They're very tentative to score 11 runs. This should be academic. And then again, it's all mental. It's the same deliveries that for the entire day been out there. It's the same wicket. Nothing is wrong with the wicket. But it's just a matter of backing yourselves, doing what you're supposed to do, having confidence in yourself, and executing well. And basically, that is what's happening there.
Yeah, well, I think adrenaline is taking over, and it all depends on what state adrenaline would push into the body. The adrenaline would not do everything, would not do the same thing for everyone, so to speak. Here is Merchant, moves in now to bowl to Kotoy. Kotoy is off the back foot and cuts down to backward point as the return comes into the non-strikers. And he thought about a single Demba and was quite rightly sent back. Adrenaline, of course, is pumped into the bloodstream, and it's for flight and fright and fight. So all three aspects of adrenaline is outside there. Here once more is Merchant from the far end. He's in now and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy is coming forward and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on the follow through. So the fighting adrenaline, no doubt, will have to be there by all the players. That has to be there. Fright, well, it may more be a batsman thing than anything else now. So here once more is Merchant from the far end, left arm orthodox. He's rung the wicket and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy is coming forward, turns the ball up on the onside, would get a single as the fielder having to run back there, that O'Rain Williams, and they got one in the process. So one more to Kotoy, who's now gone to 22. But that's one good thing about him. He tends to have a cool head. So I'm in St. Vincent and the Grenadines bringing the Windwards home against Barbados. And he'll have to take that same mode and that same mindset and maybe have a word with Demba to tell him, hey, this is no time for the panic button to be pushed.
Because Demba will try to survive instead of trying to see if he can score, because he's going to poke. This is going to happen there. Demba, and again, that's where confidence comes in. So it means that the pressure will be on Kotoy. Because I don't think Demba, if you look at how he's playing, he don't seem to be that confident. So Kotoy will still be thinking, he himself now will be thinking, second ball of the over, I took the single, would have given him 4 to face. Demba now has to back himself, and in conjunction with Kotoy, see if they can get this run in the remaining race. Not many.
Right, but there are 5 fielders in the shallow now. There's a leg slip, forward leg, there's a slip, and there's a silly mid-off. All are there, inclusive of the keeper. Here is Merchant in now on bowls to Demba. Demba is coming, just easing onto the back foot and plays the ball out to mid-wicket. Bonner picks up. You've got to be so careful, really. And also, again, you've got to play this game sensible. You can't be rash, but be thoughtful. If it is there for the drive, then why not drive it? Here is Merchant, is in now and bowls to Demba. Demba is leaving that alone outside the off stump. There is an appeal for like before, not given out. Struck outside the off stump. But he wants to be very careful about that because that could come back. We've seen players get out leg before, just pushing the pad out and not playing. Well.
All nerves, Stephen. It's all nerves.
It is, really. and the great mature ones will keep their nerves steady. Here he is once with Merchant. Moves in from the far end. He's there now and bowls to Demba. Demba is coming forward, turns the ball up on the onside. Gets bat onto that one, of course. That completes the over. And at the end of the over, Demba is yet to score. He has had 7 deliveries there. 22 to Kotoy of 45. 216 for 7. 9 runs needed. I thought by now that we may have been given maybe a summary of the day's play. Maybe Tony Dixon might have been somewhere getting close to home, but that's not the case. We've got to hang on until victory comes, either for the Volcanoes or the Scorpions.
Yes, well, Denver just seem to be hanging on there. So it seems to be all up to Kotoy to score these 9 runs. This 9 runs to secure a victory for the Volcanoes. So he's under pressure. He has played well. Harty is coming back into bowl, and Kotoy also has to be careful in terms of how he goes about, whether he's going to take it up the first ball, take the single as Harty comes in.
He's in now on both to Kotoy. Kotoy comes forward and push the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up and his follow through. I'm sure the Scorpions might be saying, well, you know what, let's sting them. And the Volcanoes would be saying, it's time for us to erupt.
I don't think they will be erupting right now. I think they'll try to see if they can poke their way to this victory. Kotoy, however, is very positive, and once you get a bad ball, he will make full use of it.
Here is Harty, who was bowled very well, moves in, round the wicket now. He's there and bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy gets a short delivery, he's off the back foot, just pulls away a little bit outside the leg stump and hits the ball out to Campbell, who's feeling there at mid-off. Dot ball, total remains on 216 for 7. This is really intriguing. Never thought that it will boil down to this. Harty's in now and bowls, and Kotoy gets a delivery that is pitched up, but drives. Now that's a bad miss. That's a very bad miss by Campbell. This is really ugly indeed. The ball goes down to long off, down to deep extra cover rather. Maybe there's some little thought that, well, we're going to give him the single. I'm not too sure if that's the right thing. Hope that's not what happened there, or you genuinely misfielded it. Total has gone out to 217 and brings Demba into strike. But if he gets him out in this ball, he would say, well, I set it up. Here is Harty. Moves in now to bowl to Demba. He's there now and bowls. Demba gets a short delivery that he's right on top of. Pushes it back down the track for the bowler. He hit that while he was purchased on the front foot, and the back foot was airborne. Here is Harty again, moving in with his 5th delivery of this over. Can Demba keep him out? He's there now and bowls. Flatter one, he's off the back foot and pushes it out to Campbell, who picks the ball up and rubs it on his trousers. He won't send it to Dennis Smith this time. That's what he normally would do, to send the ball to the keeper. But the pressure is a little bit on the hot side outside there. No time to monkey around. Here he is once more, is Harty, and bowls to Demba. Demba is reaching forward, drives the ball out to Bonner. And he comes in rather quickly and easily, picks the ball up. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Demba, who has faced 10 deliveries, he's yet to score. 23 to Kotoy would be taking strike. 217 for 7. We've still got 8 more runs. That's the Volcanoes for victory. And, well, Tony, you've got to hang on there until they come.
3 wickets, 8 runs. Where is it going to go? Obviously, it seems only one way it can go. However, in this over again, nice tossed the delivery to Demba. Batting at number 9, should have some ability. Poked it, probably could have scored off it because he has to compliment Kotoy. However, I think he's leaving it all up to Kotoy. He just want to survive. But, so Kotoy, again, under pressure, has to be careful. But, again, it's only 8 more runs, and he's been there, and he's playing very positive.
Well, here, once more, it's a new over. Merchant is going to move in to bowl to Kotoy. He's there and bowls. Kotoy is coming forward and pushes the ball up on the onside. They go to for a very quick single. The return comes to the keeper's end. Demba gets there, and they get a single. So the total is moved by 1 to 218. Now exposes the lesser of the 2 batsmen. That's Demba. And quite expectedly, the field will come in. Williams will go under the bat, forward leg. O'Rain Williams, that and there is just a slip in. Blackwood is there. There's going to be a leg slip and a forward leg. So there are 5 fielders in the shallow. Here is once more Merchant moves in to bowl to Demba. He started and stopped, goes back, wipes his hand in his trousers and tosses the ball from hand to hand in a very meticulous manner, swings his arms, and he's there now and bowls to Demba. Demba comes forward, pushes it out in front of him on the offside. It comes down. There's in fact an appeal. He's run out. He's got him. Run out. Well, Kotoy goes. That was a single that was virtually impossible unless Kotoy had really taken off just as the ball was hit, but there might have been a little bit of a delay. The return came, there was a shy at the stumps, and the bails was spattered. The off stump was pushed back, and so Kotoy, the mainstay, goes away. He is absolutely distraught and disconsolate, and this has now added to more pressure and more drama. The 8th wicket has just been fall. Blackwood was in fact the fielder, and what drama this is absolutely turning out to be.
You cannot expect Kotoy to score all the runs. Batting at number 9, Demba, he has to assist in scoring the runs. You cannot win this game by blocking dot balls. And prior to now, we have seen a number of deliveries that could have been driven, but they are not doing that. It means that the confidence level is not there. Even when he came to bowl that over, and Kotoy recognizing the fact that he will have to score all the runs, tried to take an impossible single. And Demba, no calling, because obviously he realized Kotoy would want the strike. And this is what happened. They have to take responsibility. It's a couple runs. And if you're batting at number 9, you should have some ability with the bat. However, the Scorpions, they have succeeded in getting rid of the man that they wanted. And with some 2 wickets to fall, it's anybody's game because it's 218 for the loss of 8.
So is that Maxwell who has come out?
Yes, that's Maxwell.
And the thing is, Lewis is injured, so one doesn't know whether he's going to bat. That makes this so much interesting. Well, who would have ever thought that this will come down to this? And we talk about cricket as the famous old-fashioned cliche, a game of glorious uncertainties. And definitely this has come into play here.
Well, I mentioned this afternoon that we wouldn't want to see this going on to the 9th wicket, but obviously that is where we are presently.
Here is Merchant, moves in now to bowl to Maxwell. He's just about there, bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell is beaten outside the off stump. How that didn't hit the edge, I would never know. Because that's Lewis. Didn't Lewis come out? Is it? Yes, that's right. Sherman Lewis, he did in fact come out to bat. My bad, I'm very sorry about that. So he's out there batting. My mistake, very sorry. My apologies. Here once more is Merchant in now and bowls to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward, thought about a single. Obviously there was no single there. I think the panic button has been pressed. Could we have a situation here where Jamaica Scorpions can come back and win this? It will be quite a story to write and tell. Here is Merchant. He's kept his cool, moves in now and bowls to Lewis. Lewis is looking to turn it on the onside. There's an appeal for leg before. That might have hit him a little on the high side. And Blackwood scampering very quickly from slip, running back, prevented the batsman from going for a single. In fact, there wasn't any thought about it either. Total remains on 218 for 8. Wow, what a game we've got here in hand. So we've got 7 more runs for victory, 2 wickets to go. Both batsmen are yet to score, as Merchant, who has picked up 2 for 39, begins to move in. He's there now and bowls to Lewis. Lewis comes forward, plays the ball in front of him on the offside, and Demba says, no, we can't go for that one. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, well, the total has been perched there rather precariously at 218 for 8, and Harty and Merchant, they've played the roles very well. They've picked up 5 wickets. Harty, 21 over 6 maidens, picked up 3 for 53, and Merchant, 18 over 5 maidens, 2 for 39.
Well, yes, we have seen the Windwards really make a meal of that total ever since the loss of the wicket of Emmanuel Stewart, who I think was a little bit too defensive too. And they've been poking for the last 7-8 overs, and Qatar so much pressure on him. But these two must realize that with only 7 runs left, they have to get the job done. Demba has to be a lot more positive because they have to score. The only how they're going to get these runs is by scoring. They're soaking up a lot of dot balls and they're placing pressures on themselves. We saw Lewis trying to go for a non-existent single on 2 occasions, so it means that the nerves are there. They're not backing themselves. We're going to have a change. We're going to have a change from this end. Looks as Brian might be coming in to bowl from this end instead of Harty, so they're going to use the simmer, the fast bowler from this end, probably thinking that it might be easier to knock them over with the seamer. But it's 7 runs to go, 2 wickets to fall. Anybody's game, Stephen.
I would agree with that. And with Mindley is in fact back in the attack, and he's going to be bowling from the northern end. That's what it's looking like. So, well, the Windwards have gone nowhere over the last half an hour or so, and the jaws of victory are opened right now, but you can't tell who will snatch it from the jaws of victory. You can't tell which jaws are open right now. It's hard to really say, but somebody's got to snatch it from somebody's jaws. That's the best way I can put it. 218 for 8.
Well, the thing is, Stephen, I think that the Windwards would have really made a meal of it. That partnership with of course, Qatar and Emmanuel Stewart. One thought that they would have sealed it, some 31-word partnership. But after Emmanuel Stewart left, Panic stepped in, John came in, he looked very stiff. No confidence, was on the back foot to a flight to delivery, struck plumb in front. And of course, Qatar in batting with Demba. Demba seemed to be very uncomfortable. But however, the onus is upon them now. 7 runs to go, Merchant is back, and Demba will have to face.
How important it is for nerves to be steady in crisis. Only the strong of heart can keep steady nerves when crisis opens up. Here once more, it's a new over rather, and Demba is coming forward quite easily. Mindley brings him forward, he's into his 16th over. The ball is pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. The sun is out in resplendent glory, just a couple of spectators around, sprinkled in the Junior Murray Raw Lewis stand, and a match that has brought a great deal of intrigue and generated no little excitement is now coming to a rapturous close. Here he is once more, moving in, passes the umpire now and bowls, and he's driving back past the bowler. There runs here for him. Good shot by Demba. They've gone for 1. Will come back for the 2nd. They won't come for the 3rd. The return comes into the non-striker's end, and they get 2. Kept the bat straight as ever and pushed it back past the bowler. 220 now for 8. Demba finally gets off the mark after 13 deliveries. He's gone to 2. Can he become something of a hero here, Tony?
The referee Cooley said that he thought that they made the wrong decision bringing back the seamer. Seemed to be a little bit more comfortable against the seamer. But we'll have to wait and see. It's still 5 needed.
Yes, 2 slips. There is, in fact, a squarish cover, extra cover. Campbell trying to marshal his forces to ensure that he gets everything right. Then there is a man on the mid-on, on the drive. Bonner is called out from the slip cordon and goes right on the drive. So in case there is that drive to mid-on, and then the mid-on fielder is Harty. He's pushed a little bit to his left. Bonner is there at mid-on. As here is once more Mindley passing the umpire now and bowls to Demba. Demba is driving well. He did really cue that well. And the bowler put his hand down rather quickly, took the pace off and just parried it behind him. But no harm is done. Dot ball, still 5 needed. We have, in order to get there, 41 overs and 3 balls to get 5 runs. And obviously that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Here is once more Mindley with the number 29 jockeying on his back, moves in now to bowl to Demba. Demba is driving well. They go to a very quick single, and that was well played. Well played, got a single. The fielder coming across there from mid-off rather, having to come across to mid-off, to mid-on, and Harty, who was at a sort of wideish mid-on, couldn't get there before the mid-off fielder, and the batsman saw the opportunity for the single, took it. 221 for 8. 4 more needed to win. 3 to bring it to a tie. As Mindley, pensive, we just seen the body language of the Scorpion. Couple of the players' arms akimbo, as if to suggest that there is a crestfallen nature among them. Well, he started to go in Mindley, stopped by Lewis, who wasn't quite ready. The sun gleams on his bat as he taps away, and here is Mindley in now and bowls to Lewis. Lewis is bowled him. Is he? Or like before? No, the ball goes down to third man. That might go all the way. It goes for 4. Well, I thought that he might have been bowled. The language of the player seemed to suggest that. The ball took the what? It
has to be the edge.
Pad or the edge.
Because umpire signal runs.
The umpire signal what? Did he signal runs or buys? We don't know, but it's gone down to the boundary for 4. Did he signal leg by? Well. So that has now gone, the total has gone to 225. And so the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've won this game in a rather interesting way. Certainly you can't call it controversial. The ball may have taken the pad, might have been hit outside the off stump or maybe at the top of it. And while the players were all appealing, the ball was in fact scurrying down to third man. So the victory has been won. Volcanoes, they've won here by 2 wickets. And what an intriguing, exciting, and nerve-wracking performance this by the Windwards. I'm sure the Scorpions will not be very happy with themselves at all for the performance that they've given. But by and large, that turned out to be almost anticlimactic.
Yes, indeed. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they would have emerged as victors. Last delivery there, appealing, and of course, umpire signaling that it was leg bias. The ball went straight past the off stump, down to the boundary for 4. But by and large, a very exciting match being concluded here. Don't know if in the past you would have had such a victory after a team who would have, won first inning by such a handsome margin would have gone on to lose the game. So, but the Volcanoes, they would be very happy. They would be very satisfied. They did think that they made a meal of it, coming to the end of it. Compliments must be given to the skipper, Ambris, and of course, Andre Fletcher, who would have batted so well this morning that 98-run partnership would have set up the victory. Both of them getting half centuries. I remember mentioning yesterday, Stephen, that it was important that 2 persons get half centuries. Both Ambris and Fletcher did, and by and large, a good win by the Windwards.
Yes, good win by the Windwards. Well, what drama. They've won by 2 wickets. And that last delivery, the umpire did, in fact, I was following the line of the ball, the movement of the ball down to the boundary. And then the umpire suggested that it was leg byes. Am I correct?
Right. Well, I thought it was runs, but I'm now told because it was a delivery that was almost full on off stump, and it went between the keeper and first slip down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and they were all appealing, and only to be told, well, that's leg buys, and so they got home. So let's just give you some details in regards to the scorecard for the Windwards. We're going to give you the entire scorecard, which started, of course, from yesterday. Devon Smith, who got just a one ball, he was comprehensively bowled. He didn't score, and that's a little uncharacteristic of him. Milius went for 11. Kavim Hodge got 21. Kavim Hodge. Yeah, let's just go that over. Devon Smith was bowled by Mindley for no score. Milius was leg before to Patrick Harty for 11. Kavim Hodge stump wicketkeeper Dennis Smith of the bowling of Patrick Harty for 21. Fletcher, who played a very marathon, very important role, was caught John Campbell of the bowling of Makino Mindley. He went for 71. Sunil Ambris, the captain, played the skipper's knock, caught Campbell of the bowling of Merchant. He went for 56. Emmanuel Stewart caught Orain Williams, bowled Jamie Merchant for 22. Kotoy was tragically run out by Jermaine Blackfoot for 24. Ryan John, playing under the back foot, was leg before to Harty without scoring. Demba was not out 3. Sherman Lewis not out, no score. And of course, Preston McSween, the one who was to come. Extras, in fact, turned out to be 17. No balls 2, buys 6, leg buys 9. 8 wickets, 71.5 overs, and they got to the metric total 225. It was 1 for no score, that's Smith, 2 for 34 Milius, 3 for 44 Hodge, 4 for 149 Ambris, 5 for 180 Fletcher, 6 for 214 Stewart. Ryan John went with a total of 215, and Kotoy was tragically run out. He was the last to go, 218 for 8. Let's see whether we can give you a little bit in terms of the bowling analysis. Mindley, 15.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 59. Gordon Brandt, 7 overs, no maiden, none for 30. Harty, 21 overs, 6 maidens, picked up 3 for 53. Alwyn Williams had just a 5 overs, no maidens, didn't pick up a wicket for 14 runs. Jamie Merchant, who I thought was outstanding, 18 overs, 5 maidens, picked up 2 for 39. Bonner, 1 over, just for 1 run. And Blackwood, 4 overs, didn't pick up a wicket, 1 maiden, 14 runs. So that's the bowling analysis. By and large, there was some partnership, of course. There wasn't anything between Devon Smith and Milius. Hodge and Milius put on 34. Fletcher and Hodge put on 10. But there was this outstanding partnership of 105 of 163 balls between Ambris 56 and Fletcher, of course, who scored 46 out of those runs, 105. Emmanuel Stewart and Fletcher put on 31. They were valuable runs of some 60 deliveries. Kieran Kotoy, who quite a lot was depending on him, he put on 34 with Emmanuel Stewart, and after that there seemed to be much of a bother. Ryan John was, of course, he went without scoring, just a 1 run between himself and Kotoy, and then Demba and Kotoy put on 3. Truman Lewis and Kenneth Demba, they put on 7 to bring the victory home by and large for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The next match that the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be playing, they'll be going off to Trinidad and Tobago and playing, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team there. That should bring a great deal of interest. That's the penultimate match of the season. And then off to Antigua, where they will be, in fact, playing against the Leeward Islands. So that's the situation here. It was an absolute pleasure to bring you the broadcast. The news is that the Windward Islands, they've defeated the Scorpions, and really nobody expected that to happen, especially when, in fact, the Leeward Islands scored 381 all out in the first innings, but they crumbled, capitulated for 60 in the second innings. And the Windwards, who had made only 217, and nobody felt that they had a chance really in coming back and redeeming themselves in this game, did so quite fantastically in the second innings. 225 for 8. They won, and they can obviously celebrate, and they will be able to go home a little bit earlier. The commentary team here and the technical personalities, we can all go home a little bit earlier. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to bring you this broadcast live on behalf of all the other commentators here in the commentary booth and the technical personalities to make this game a resounding success. Until next time, Stevenson Worm Have a very good Sunday afternoon.